Good morning. accessories, indeed. Throughout my accessories, throughout all the items, it's going to be difficult for somebody to look at me and find not something they can relate with. When we want to talk to people, finding a common ground, finding something that we both have an interest is paramount. Finding where we have something in common. Focusing on that commonality rather than anything else. It's interesting how I go through experiences in life, and then through some research, through some connection, I find out that there's actual historical, ancient experience with exactly what I wound up going through. These are the tribal aspects that we all share in common. So this morning I feel like the Divine Mother is speaking very loudly to my heart these days. And I'd like to really set in the mind that transformation of the self, transformation from where one has been for a while, it doesn't look explainable. It doesn't look or sound to anybody who hasn't been through transforming themselves to something better, to something they haven't been before. Perhaps somebody who has been just sitting around all their life, they start doing push-ups, they decide to start working on their body, they make a change. This change is not just what they physically do, it's how they eat, it's what they think about. Regardless of what anybody says or regardless of their own progress, that determination and carrying on. If you'd like to go into any type of meditative breathing, simply even just closing your eyes and connecting with the words, they're all aspects of life outside of us and life inside of us. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Ketamet Tonket, hear and and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady, Kidmet Donket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen as thou art, the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kidmet Donket, the Divine Mother, the water of life, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady Kidmet Donket, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kidmet Donket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kidmet Donket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness return to us, to us. Kidmet Donket are we, and to our beauty troll. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, are ours. Kidmet Donket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikopateara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kidmet Donket, and receive our prayer. Thee we love most intensely, we invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kidmet Donket, the divine mother, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Alsar. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netheret of women. We are she who separated heaven from Geb. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Al-Saud, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kidmet Donket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kidmet Donket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iser, all said, Kirmetonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Unabum, the ennoble Father, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, into death, and even into the next life. What I'm reading next is only going to be a small portion in other languages. It's actually 4 languages is combined for each one, but what we're doing is we're actually activating the chakras, the energy centers, these particular sounds that I'm mentioning and mentioning only. I'm not going through the whole repertoire like I would normally, but this is activating the chakras. So again, if you want to close your eyes, go into a state or anything of the such. On Vaishramataya Sova, Vaishramanataya Svar, Nunanina no Nuranana no Nanina no Banana Dum Vamon Shanshin Shro, Monishanaya in Taraya Sova, Komishanaya Yantrayas, Vaha, Ewu, 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 Wing on Pumpkin Broom. Onjeitas Parshita no Sova, Kumjetrashi, Yatrashi Varanas Vaha. Rura di da rura da da di da rura di da da kring on tong sing krong shong on krang ping krong hong on chong sing krong on haya ba shara taya suwa ka haya ba shara taya suwa za kring on krang ping krong om nama kusana man lara danang kan om namaha samanta ba sharam ham hu hai he hu hai kululula Ringo Kankin Kong, Unangani, Mayara Swaka, Umanayari, and Mayas, Baha, Wawi, Shringon Kankin Kong, on Hiro Kashira Katai by Suwa, Home George the Hitch and Dogajiva Taste, Baha, Nunanina, no Nunamina, and Nav, Klingon Pong. On Shitsu Shabaratoya Suwaka, Shijai Baratayas, Baha. Olo 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 Hungong Franking Krong Unara Bashano Suwaka Umana Kardi Buba Bibu Bear Bear Bo Bear Hongamen. This is protection. Even if you were living in the home of someone you can't get away from and you don't want to live there anymore, this is the type of protection that will deliver you safely away from an environment that is definitely full of people that are not in your favor. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Here as we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rakat, Lady of Paket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tashara and Sahart, Mother and Horizon of Heaven, and the attack boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the gods themselves, Sekhmet, lady of flame, Sekhmet, great one of magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, with lioness head, Sekhmet, whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of equal Ra, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet. Sekhmet, mother of the Netherland of Kamel Shinyu, mother of the gods, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name, possesses, O great one, Nezur, greater than all, Seviparam Hisrabu, Tishtif, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Keparu, greater than Mahar, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Ant of Amenta, Lady of Matnu, Lady of Sa of Rastol, Lady of Tebnef of Akur, Lady of Aru of heaven. Thou art the Nekeret Damiseshet, destroyer, upholder. Thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekaharesa Pusaram Kakara Metsepiparam Hisrabu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Netherland of Kamiel Shenyu. From the Atnerd of Kebanu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Netherland of Kamiel Shenyu. Preserved beyond death, that secret name called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken. Then encircling one, we lose ourselves in thee. What I'm going to read next is the Blue Lotus Mantra. The Blue Lotus Mantra is extremely powerful in protection. Protection. First is in Japanese, and then in ancient Japanese, and then the second format is in a Hindu dialect, an Indian dialect. Ani mani mane mamane shira sharite shame shabi taisata mokuta mukutabi shabi shabi sobi shabi shaye shaye kini shinti shabi darata yorok the pasha nebita bentata nebita tanda reshudayo kure mukure yarare yarare shuyasha saman sambi bote beketi chi tere taru maharishi te sogene kushane pasha pasha shudai matara shane rota kai shara shara ataya abaro mane ya tariya Sarara makara zeko ruki uki moki are rate nedeta hare chini di chia chiari naratonari ananobi narabi kunabi akina kari kadadi sindari matodi chukuri boru shani achi devi mi devi devi roke taka toki atandai tanda kushare tanda shura hachi borasan ne surubara ne baratani surubaba shabatani shobatani so yahabi shani so yinikara so yahaya the Gato Raya Tarate, Sarubasakishama Shikarandai, Sarubarari Jumashore Serte, Sarubasaru da Kyo Sharaya, Togi, I shouldn't be carried Anya Manya Manite, Sirikarite sama samite visanta mukta mukta tam sama visama sama sama jaya ksaya ksaya ksira sata samite de ramani aloge beser pete pixarni it hidu abientari ni piste abientare parisu e kule mukule yarare parare sukanksi sama sama bule kite dharma parixites net samgun net kosani net korin paya paya visutani mantra sriyarte ruta ruta ksarkia parataya Akula baluta mani nataya svaha shvala mahashvala ukituki buki arara parta note notavati tini fitini sitini natyani natavati svaha atate tatate natate banate anadi nadi kunadi svaha gani kandali matangi pukasi sankuli frusali sisi svaha itime nime ruhe svaha Danda pati danda batani danda kusali danda sarhari sohara pari pura pasyani sabarani sabartani samka pariksita sabana gatani dama pariksita sabrasata rusku makarte semipika di dana varki patali svaha. Earlier we activated the chakras, used the sequence of words and mudras, hand gestures, to activate the chakras. We've called in protection. We've called out to the Divine Mother. The next portion that I'm going to read is the words of power specifically that correlate to the archetypal energies within you, the divine connections that we've been talking about for several days. Sasikam sahu, Ong Hung Chung, Ong Hung Chung, Ong Hung Chung, Ong Tung, Osro, Ong Krim So, Ong Krim Glong, Gong Gesor, Ong Krim, Ong Hung Chum, Ong Hung Shring, Haring Ara, Ring, Ong Heru, Asor Hara, Ong Bam, Mong Krang Gring, Krang Gring, Ong Krang Gring, Ong Krang Gring, Ong Song Gring, Ong Bong Gring, Ong Song Shing, Ong Krang Gring, Ong Song Shing, Ong Kring, Ring, Eng Yang Wong, Dong, Shrum, Dong, Song Shing, Ong Sor, Ong Shring, Gong, Kring, Gong, Shring, Haring Ara, Harang, Haru Asor, Wang, King So, Ong King Gong, Wang the Fu. This next portion is acknowledging the Divine Father and all the aspects therein, and really especially at this kind of juncture, if there's a prayer within you, if there is a message that you pray about, then pray about that. As I'm reading, pray about that in your own mind, in your own prayer space, however it is you pray. Homage to you, Hikupateara, the Divine Father, and hail to the gods who came forth from thy members. O Hikupateara Sasatin, hearer of prayer, thou art the great I and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nephilim, Devkamiel Shenju, the gods, Lord of the great throne, Hikopatearata Ten, and the Divine Father, eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Unalum, the unknowable one who renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anon. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Taten and the Ka of all the living were created in the image of Hikupateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hieru Horus was created from the thoughts of Hikupateara's heart, while Tahuri was formed by the words of Hikupateara's tongue. Hikupateara's heart guides the Anand, while Hikupateara's tongue directs humans. Hikupateara's heart, Atumra, had to labor to create the Anand. Hikupateara had only to speak, and the Anand was created. Hikupateara called the names of Shu and Tefnut, the wind and the rain, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anand. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. Atumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikupateara, while the Anand speak only the words of Hikupateara. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Taten, and thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikupateara is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sepiparam Hisrabu Tishtif, Sekhmet is the great defender and beloved of Hikupateara, the divine father, for Nefertum, protector of the two lanes, and for all the gods, the Nethanim Dev Kamel Shenu of Memphis. O great God of the primal mound, hail unto thee. Great art thou, revered art thou, who made heaven after the conception of one's own mind, who suspended heaven by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikupateara. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious gods of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine need and thy mysterious seed, like our feast, thy son who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine nod. Give to us thine eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Hikupateara Sasatim, the divine Father, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikupateara Sasatim Tarten, and we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. O Hikupateara Sasatim, Tartenin of millions of names, hear our prayers and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikupateara in the Ka mansion, thee, Hikupateara Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are nubet, our ears are abuat, our nose is kinshefs, our lips are sabek, our teeth are kepara, our neck is kenemetonket, the divine mother, our hands are kenemenu, the neb, the lord of Tartu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Sais, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Osar, our reins are the lord of Karaba. Our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. Our belly and our backbone are Seket. Our buttocks are the eye of Heru. Our hips and thighs are Nut. Our tongue is Hikupateara, and our feet are Hikupateara. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some god. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuri shieldeth our body altogether, and we are raw every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men, nor God, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any of those of olden times, nor any mortal, nor human being. We come forth and advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Hikupateara Taptenin, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our Ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother. Hikupateataten. We give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life, O great divine Father of light. May your light be our light. O Hikupatera of mercy, may your compassion liberate us, giver of life to all of creation. Such does the all flow forth who came forth from you, from your body. We are Hikupatera Taten, no Hikupatera of life, light, and mercy. Divine Father, hear our prayer. The world is certainly full of dangers, but that doesn't mean we have to walk afraid. Becoming aware of our environment, not just on a physical sense, but on a spiritual and an emotional, on a divine sense. The activation of one's own energy centers is very important at the beginning of the day. Just because one has done divine work or spiritual work in the past doesn't mean that they are not required for their own journey if they so choose, but to keep up that work to stay present. For it is the flow of life, it is the flow of everything that we experience, of how things change rapidly. That energy changes every single time, and especially when we go to sleep and wake up. Especially when we go to sleep and wake up, that's new energy in the day. Our systems, our energy, our body, it's been in pretty much hibernation mode for a little bit. It's been completely in recharge mode, and we have to activate that so that our mind can connect to what is most important. And what is most important is not the fleeting emotions of sad and happy with the ongoings of every average individual. We cannot trouble ourselves with that. You can, but that goes down another path. In this next portion, I usually have in the past, and things change up all the time. I've been reading it in the ancient Egyptian and the old Kemetic language, and currently, right now, I feel the translation into our modern language is pretty appropriate. Green God who lives in eternity, foremost of all the Neteru and their cause, hidden of form in all the temples whose countenance is venerated, great one contained in the sanctuary of Sekhem, chief of the Jarfu and the Urdu, whose name is commemorated in Maharti, hidden soul, Lord of Korot, holy one in white wall, soul of Ra, of his very body, who is exalted on this day, who is Lord of the great house in Kemnu, Great One, Lord of Maharti, I have come to behold your beauty. I know you and I know your names and the names of those who exist with you in the Matati Ark. Your name is Rekti Murti Neb Maharti. In truth, I have come so that you will hear me. I have not oppressed nor scorned nor diminished your gifts. I have seen the eye of Ra when it is full and yield me. Therefore, let not evil fall upon me where I am. For I come to you as all your brethren come to you in the hall of Mahat. May all living ones make offerings to you at your divine appearing. You, the Neb, the Lord, who is commemorated in heaven and on Gaia, who is greatly praised and upraised on his throne, I invoke you, appear in your shrine. All in the two lands will greet with joy. The great brother who appears in his sanctuary, prince of the Palt and all of the Netherlands, stabilizer of truth and truth throughout, placer of the sun upon the throne of his father Geb, upon his mother Nut, great one of the twofold strength, tall of crown, you enter the hall of Mahat, you preside over those who await you. Het Har, make my face perfect among the Netru, open my eyes, the sun and the moon, that I may see each day. Make ready my place in the holy chamber in Amentet, where your light envelops the darkness and strengthens my legs to walk with ease through the Duat. Great Lady of 7 times, make me perfect as Ra to all men and women, as you go forth unceasingly into the bark of eternity. O you straight plummet of the scales, repulsor of evil, your appearing is divine, your words sound. Relate to me that which is forgotten. Enter the duat and report the hour. Divine scribe who changes turmoil to peace, expounder of divine words, I call upon your wisdom and sound judgment. Enter this chamber and make safe the bow of my bark that goes forth into the sacred regions. Arzurti, Lord of the net, recorder of divine words, and Hazor, Lord of Mahat and Warit, judge of the two combatant gods in Parab. Lady of the house of fire, great one of the altar offerings, you refresh every god with your breath. Your hand guides my bark on the day of sailing upstream. Extend your arm, Lady of the blessed and Almanet. Hear me, hidden one, take pleasure in the gifts you are offered. Awaken in peace, O Lady who spread this fragrance, to whom all offer libations, alight your wings on the living. The Hiru Shemsu appear in the shrine. The doors of the divine house are opened. I greet the appearance of the two eyes. Open sky, open earth, open eastern and western gates, open starry doors of the horizon, open hidden gates of the imperishable region, open sanctuaries of upper and lower Egypt, open pathway of Ra, open for the golden falcon who makes flight to his temple, open double doors of day and night, open for the retinue of the divine sun that follows in his train. Hail to you, Geb, who strides forth from Yorlu, Arpageb, chief of all divine beings. You are the Lord of the earth to its utmost limit. You possess the strength of the Pult. Behold, you are his every divinity. You are the Ka of all the gods. You reared them, you vivify them in their coming. Your eye appears from your head as Ur-Heko of the south. Your eye appears from your head as Ur-Heko from the north. The Palti honor you. They place offerings before you. Alsar takes his sister as his protection. She drives away his foes. She turns back evil. The words of power are uttered from her mouth. She of perfect tongue, of perfect speech, by divine decree, she is the strong one, because she avenged her brother. She sought him unceasingly, pursuing him in sorrow, never alighting. She wept at his bier, she made wind with her wings, raising the unmoving one up from his sleep. She brought forth his seed, creating his heir. She nursed the youth in solitude. Unknown is the place where he was raised. She brought forth him of the mighty hand. In the house of Geb, come you of beautiful forms. The crown is upon your head. I salute you. Arise. You are upon your throne. You live in your sanctuary. The words of magic are uttered from my mouth. They bring life to the motionless. They dispel all abominations. O you who presides in the pavilion of the Netru, keeper of the door that is fastened against the night, sojourner of Mahat, dwelling in your mountain, Hasten to the sacred land, for I rise. Rise thou also to my calling. Anpu, dweller in the chamber of embalmment, lay your hands upon the coffins that enfold me. Extend your protection to my brow. Exalt this sanctuary by your appearance. Lead me on the path of justification. Sekhmet Bospaget Bostet, beloved of Ashar, lady of great power and magic. Grant me your power, extend me your protection. Guardian of the boundaries in the two lands, I am among your train. O you who consumes the blood of your father's enemies, draw the weapons that cast out what has become corrupt. Lord of the greats, the Lord of the gates, Netter of the funeral mountain, said Amentet, warden in the western region, watcher who travels with the Ka to the Natron field, who makes way for the divine retinue, on whose ladder I ascend and enter into the day bark, great one, lady of letters, mistress of the house of books, keeper of all that is recorded in Amentet, you are exalted on the throne of Nut, the sky, knower of the divine record, dispensator of her father's words, lady of scribes, keeper of the sacred lot of peace. May my words be pleasing to you, and my voice truthful in your hearing. Your mother Nut spreads herself over you in her name cover of heaven. She assists you in becoming as a god, without enemy. In the name of Netra, she takes away from you every evil in her name, defender from every evil. Great lady, from the waters of noon you bring forth life. You send it on its journey through the heavens. You welcome its return each time. Nebhed stands at the head of the Bir, while all station is at the feet of deity. Much of their work takes place in the metaphysical dimension, as they ritually emulate the passage of divine breath from their stations to the inert form of the swathed one. This commences the book of breathings made by all set for her brother Alsar, to give your soul life, to give your body life, to restore all of your members anew, that you may reach the horizon of your father the sun, that you may ascend to the sky in the orb of the moon, and your form may shine in the Orion stars that rest in Nut. So that this may happen to you, it must be concealed, done in secret. Let it not be disclosed to anyone's eyes. It behooves one who is in the Duat and one among the living. It allows you to live anew in this world, millions of times. Eunmut have I come to you, divine chiefs, I bring you the swathed one. Arnar Tindeti Nebhet. My arms are behind you. They protect you. They protect your limbs. All said, I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I am your protection. Your two sisters restore your limbs. My arms are before you. They restore your limbs. I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I protect your limbs with my two hands, restoring your form. May life be given to you, that your bones shall knit together and your limbs be firm. May your muscles be rejuvenated and your spine upright, that you shall be renewed with the Lord of Abydos. Nebhet, you join with the lords, with the gods of the western mountains. You are favored at the offering tables. You receive incense and libations. You drink the water of rejuvenation. All sex, every flower is brought to you. Every plant will pass your time in contentment. You see the sun at dawn, the moon in rising, receive favor from the mighty ones in Iulmu. Iulmutep, hail, swathed one. You are pure, your heart is pure, your limbs are purified. You are purified with Natron, all set, your form is cleansed. To you I send winds for your nostrils, the north wind that comes forth from Atum himself. I have restored your lungs. Nebuchadnezzar, I have come for your protection. Amun gives you breath. Shu gives you the north wind. I am the nose of the wind, Lord of winds, who makes mortals live. Your soul shall breathe forever and ever. Your form shall be endowed with life on earth. You shall be in the heart of Ra. Your members shall become the members of the Creator. Water will be poured for you at 365 offering tables. Those that grow beneath the great trees of Yatsatmut, Lord of Abydos, your limbs are joined together. The pain that has afflicted you has been put to an end. Take thee, hail Atum, grant to me the sweet breath from your nostrils. Hail Nut, grant to me the water and air that dwell within you. I live, I smell the air. You have received the spell of respirations, that you may breathe with your soul in the lower heaven, that you may make any transformation at will, like unto the inhabitants of the west. Your soul may go wherever it desires, living on earth forever and ever. Sartem, I offer pure things, giving the beer of truth, giving the divine food of everlastingness to the ancestral spirits in the sacred land. Bride Sheptiu, homage to you, het har in Yarnu. Your crown is of brilliant gold, your brow is of electrum. When you shine, all rejoice in your light, all living beings in every god. Come, mistress of the Netheril, make your face gracious to me on this day. Spirits of the eastern sky, gods who rule the western shores, all who rejoice at the sight of the golden one, who love to see her beauty risen. Tell her that we rejoice at her coming, that our hands are open to her, that we invoke her. Setem het her, Lady of the Sycamore, receive this offering on the day of your appearing, and from it may we be rewarded by your goodness. We are illumined by the light that comes forth from your crown. We are rejuvenated by the rays of your deccan stars. Bride consort, we follow in your pathway into the light land of Marnu, to the abode of generations wherein we were born. Come in peace, beautiful one. I have come to you with a heart of love. May your life be devoted to the honor of your beloved. I am he who will arouse you with endless music every day and every hour, to your ka wherever it may be. May you be at peace with these sounds. May you go forth in happiness. May you rejoice in gladness with Heru, your consort who loves you. Sharkiyu Kinar Hedhar, Lady of the Living, dweller in the heavenly bark, golden one eye of Ra, who is upon his brow, beautiful face in the bark of 1,000,000 years, grant the seat of peace for this right and true act, for the favored ones before you. I am the coiled one, the divine eye. I come to the august beings, beloved ones. Life is yours in very great peace. Septim, bride consort, the revered goddess protects your limbs. Seed is within you to make that which is becoming. I am protection behind you. I am protection behind her. Uab, hail to you who comes forth from the womb. Your mother Nut gives you birth. Sanu Nevertum, thou great lotus who dwells in Martnu, may you awake in beauty. Hemnetar, child of the morning who ascends in the lotus flower. Beautiful one, you appear in the light land. You illumine the two lands with your rays. We are joined by your beauty. Uab, welcome in peace. Sernu, welcome in peace. Hemnetar is a primeval being who brought forth the primeval ones. Mahat appears on your forehead. Your mother Nut protects you each day. Initiate, I am the plant that comes forth from noon. My mother is Nut. I am pure. I am the pure lotus who rises to the gods of light. I exist as the breath of Ra. Hemnetar, you primeval ones, take to yourselves this lotus who came into being in the beginning, who drives away the storm, though knows it not. May your air shine as a stripling in the newborn sky. Initiate, O you gods who are present, grant me your arms. I will come into existence among you. Mar Tort, I make an offering of bread and saris. I come into existence in Borto. I become vigorous in Mendez. I rise up in you, never setting stars. The chanters are before you. Gather together the flesh and bone that comes forth from Bata, the efflux that proceeds from Geb. Dumutev, Lord of the necropolis, I have collected your bones. I have gathered together your limbs. Nepri Harbim Set, you are the planting that springs forth from noon. You are watered and purified. Your soul lives, your seed germinates, you renew your youth upon earth and among the living. Crevice enough, the earth becomes green through you. The never-resting stars praise you. Nepri, behold the splendors of heaven's disk. You renew yourself each day. Tort, may I see the birth of your Ba, its illumination as the Orion in the southern sky with your divine sister Sabdet at her side. Mud, I come into being. I am strong upon the earth before Ra. I eat bread, I drink beer. I have come, I am here. Praise of Kepri, praise be to you who comes into existence each day, who gives birth to himself each morning, who comes forth from the womb of his mother without cessation. The two halves of Egypt together bow before you, giving praise at your rising. The land is made luminous with the splendor of your body, being divine in the heavens. You are the beneficent God, the ruler of eternity, the Lord of light, great of appearance in your bark of dawn, Prince of radiance in the bark of the dusk, divine youth, heir to the eternity, who has begotten himself and given birth to himself. The Palti acclaim you, the Netru are jubilant on your behalf, for you are the Kepri in the morning, Ra at noon, Atum in the evening, and they adore you in your beautiful forms. Homage to you, Ra, great circular, glorious being, maker of all that exists, creator of what shall be, foremost of all beings, father of fathers, mother of mothers, becoming young in your time. O great God of life, Lord of love, all people live when you shine. Those who follow you sing your praises. You rule all the gods. You go forth over heaven and earth. Each day you receive the opening of the heart in your shrine. You stride over the heavens in peace. Your enemies are overthrown. May you be at peace with me. May I advance upon this earth and see your beauty. Jehudi restored the eye of Heru. He made peace with it. He is sound. It is sound. And I am sound. I repose in the pupil of the eye. Seer of millions of years is my name. The blood of all Set, the magical words of all Set, the emanations of all Set are my protection. They destroy what is my abomination. All Set says to me, I have come to be your protector. I am that which comes into being in the form of Kepri. I become the creator of what comes into being and that which has come into being. After my coming into being, many were the things that came forth into being from my mouth. The place where my soul dwells is opened, open to me. You will not enclose my soul. You will not fetter my shadow. A way will be open for my soul and my shadow. Those beings of hidden places who fetter the limbs of Osar, who fetter souls and spirits, who block the shadows of the dead, who intend evil toward me, may they not do me evil. May their paths turn away from me. You will open a way. Hiru, I have not forgotten the night of the flood, the hour of turmoil, for this Sekhmet boss brings him who was rebellious to me. Jehuti protects me, for I have overthrown my enemy. I am Harakate, the triumphant one. My inheritance is mine. You will not exist, nor will your soul. You will not exist, nor will your body. You will not exist, nor will your flesh. You will not exist, nor will your bones. You will not exist, nor will your head go. You will not exist, and the place where you are will not exist. Set is annihilated. My enemy has fallen. He who was hostile me is dismembered. His foreleg is consigned to Jadu for my father. Also, his ribs are sent to Sakim for Heru. His shoulders conveyed to Salty for the great brother Apawat. His thigh is given to Kanum and Abu, so that the followers of the gods will increase. His bones are given to cats, his fat to worms, his flesh to the harpooners who desire to taste him. Hieru has overthrown his enemy. He comes in victory. He appears in glory. His two eyes open. They illumine the two lands. The fire that emanates from him ignites his enemies. Hiru makes powerless the ones whose hearts are against him. He makes an end of those who trespass against him. The enemy he is bound by the two hands of Akar, so that he shall not have his hands or feet. He is chained in one place while Ra inflicts his punishment upon him. I have stabbed the heart of Set, the fiend has fallen. His name will not be among the living. My enemies are overthrown. Samaraf, I come to you, divine chiefs, mighty ones in heaven, in the two lanes in the shadow world of the sky. I bring you one justified, that you may grant him and her to be with you each day. Sekhmet, I come to you, Neb, Lord of Rastol, those who follow Heru in the western land, in the field of offerings. I bring you the justified one, that you may grant to them to be with you each day. Samaref, you are pure, your Ka is pure, your soul is pure, your power is pure. You will live for millions of years. Sekanak, your soul is pure among the gods. You rise up, your essence is in heaven, your body is on earth. Samaref, may your soul not be restrained, may your shadow not be restrained. That which was separated is now restored. Recipient, I honor you, Lady of Radiance, upkept at the head of the great house of night and darkness. I am the woman who lights the abyss. The darkness is doubly lighted. I have overthrown those who destroy. I have compassion for those in the darkness. I stand upright those who are prostrate, for those who are ashamed, for those who are despondent. Recipient, there is no falsehood within me. I have come to you. I am pure. Give to me my mouth that I may speak with it. Second, may your mouth be opened. May your mouth be unlocked. May you rise in the horizon of heaven on the high mound of noon. Dumatev, that which was loosened is now made firm. I have bound together your head and your limbs. Imser hapi, by the iron odds possessed by Shu, with which he opened the mouths of the gods. Lift up your head into the horizon. My mouth is opened. It is unlocked by Shu's celestial weapon of iron. It is opened by that which opened the mouths of the gods. Hail, sycamore tree of Nut, grant to them the water and air that are within you. Quebisanuf, may they never perish. Sapdept, and may their body never see corruption. May they behold their body, that you may repose in their glorified frame. Sekanok, you have made your transformations. Firstborn of Geb, you are exalted. Go in peace. Kepra, kepra, kepra. Ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum. Arsimitog shabu balanshim twina, Arsimitog shabu balanshim twina, Arsimitog shabu balanshim twina, Avradabra, Avradabra, Avradabra. When I first found out about the words of power, I didn't think about a movie. I didn't think about a book that had been written. When I found the words of power, it was like finding the lost ingredient of how to take my life into my own hands. You know, like being able to do stuff, accomplish stuff, not being at the whim of every other person. The words of power are immensely, that's what they are, words of power. Power, normally power. Gotta go get a generator, a car, plug in a socket. But what if you could produce power yourself? Don't you? The words of power are creative, and they really are the blueprint to shaping what we want each and every day in some kind of weird way of thinking. It's almost like when we wake up in this world, our soul jumps back into the body, And the body, man, the body forgets so much. The soul did so much work yesterday, so much learned, developed, and grew into, all that kind of stuff. And then, like, we wake up the next day and it's almost like we forgot everything. The soul takes a lot of effort to really put positive qualities into the body. I've learned, and this is true. If you're going to train anything, anyone, or any life, if you're going to train any consciousness, most for a good portion, we're working with short-term memory. Like a child, short-term memory. Tell the child, don't do this. The same day they do it again, and the next day they do it. And if you really don't want them to do it, then you got to be on it every single day, every single time, every single moment. There's no breaks. If you put your foot down, then every single time they do that action, then every single time that foot has to come down. If it doesn't, well then the child can become a bully and manipulate you into getting exactly what they want through the behavior that they choose to demonstrate. However, like my mother did to me, she didn't give up. She spent not countless, we could count them, but she spent many, many years instilling those virtuous qualities into myself. And then after some time, that short-term memory somehow turned into long-term memory. And a lot of what she taught me, I carry with me every day, and I do my utmost to think about those things in the most positive of ways. And so in that same aspect and in that same way, to conquer one's own body, okay? Body, mind, and soul, conquering one's own mind, body, their soul, conquering the flesh. We implement things that are going to be new habits, new aspects of our life, and we have to train the flesh just like we would train anything or anyone else. But all that work that we've been doing to help people, to guide people to do this, that work, comes to the inside. That work is ensuring that those new habits are valued and worked for and maintained. Uh, I like that one. I should read that one. I do feel like reading stories. Huh. Something I got in my book here. A hymn to Osiris, to Osar, a song to Osar. The doors of perception open. What was hidden has been revealed. It is myself I see, and 1,000 colors swirling in liquid light. I am where the sun sets below the mountains. I am in this body. I am that star rising above clouds, hung by a thread from its ocean moon. Hail myself, traversing eternity, walking among gods, a shuttle flying across the loom through the threads of time. This is all one place, one cloth, one man's life endures. One earth flowers grow, on earth flowers grow, snakes crawl, and wisdom lies in the palm of a hand. All that is will be. Hawks and sparrows, the thousand lives within. I have come home, I have entered humanhood. Bound to rocks and plants, men and women, rivers and sky, I shall be with you in this and other worlds. When the cat arches in the doorway, think of me. I have sometimes been like that. When two men greet each other in the street, I am there speaking to you. When you look up, know I am there. Sun and moon pouring my love around you. All these things am I. Portents, images, signs. Though apart, I am a part of you. One of the million things in the universe. I am the universe too. You think I disguise myself as rivers and trees simply to confuse you? Whatever I am, woman, cat, or lotus, the same God breathes in every body. You and I together are a single creation. Neither death nor spite nor fear nor ignorance stops my love for you. May we come and go in and out of heaven through the gates of starlight. As the houses of earth fill with dancing and song, so filled are the houses of heaven. I come in truth. I sail along river and roll back again. It is joy to breathe under the stars. I am the sojourner destined to walk 1,000 years until I arrive at myself. This next portion, we've been connecting to the. Yesterday we read a little bit on the Celtic Druid side of things, and some searching I've done in that direction. This is what I pulled up from there. Blessed be the sacred boat of flesh in which I travel the roads of bone and stone that pass through the dark forest of forgetfulness. Blessed be the ancient restlessness that drives the blood to rise in me from that ancient well of memory. Blessed be my body and my blood, which form the temple of the ancestors and the vessel of the sacred blood of life. I am one with the voices in my blood, for they carry the heritage of eternity. I shall go forth into the night of the unknown, and guided by the inner flame of the redeemed and without fear. At the end of this journey I shall give my essence to the eternal river of wisdom. May it guide and guard me, and may I remember. May the hidden hosts keep my feet and my mind upon the path of wisdom that leads to the crossroads of peace and of power. O holy guardian that stands at the threshold of the elements, open wide for me the hidden ways of magic that dwell in the secret spaces between seen and unseen. Guard me from the haunting shadows of the fear that bind my hands and blind my eyes. I beseech you, Open the book of law that I may know the ways of balance and the laws of true will. Guard me as a child against all foes and be my guide on the path to the tree of enchantment. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange, for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that cry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Prompted by divine discontent and the restlessness of my soul, I descend the stone stairway through an ancient well haunted by shadows and light. I search the memories of my blood and the dark spaces of my bones for a key that fits a door rusted by ages of forgetfulness and tears of loneliness. The hinges of this gate are oiled by the sweat of my true journey and loosened by my inquiry. But the key is hidden in my axe, and what seeds must I plant in the garden of my being to harvest it? How shall I loosen this key from its hiding place? And I remember, for the bones do tell and the blood does sing. It is by love, faith, gratitude, and resolve that my hand is placed upon the key that opens the door to that holy river that my ancestors know. I pray that I be resolute in holding this key, for sacred memory is like unto a sacred fruit eaten from a forbidden tree. The first bite brings forgetfulness, but the second brings memory of blessedness. Strengthen my resolve, I pray thee, O guardian of the gate, that I may find and use this key, and like the second bite, be awakened to the soul of the world. And when this gate opens, I shall wade in the river of blood up to the knee, and wash my heritage clean of the sins of fear and pain. And I shall drink deeply of the waters of redemption, and I shall know that we are vital strings in the weft of the weaver and the dream of the dreamer. O guardian of the hidden paths between shadow and light, where is the map that reveals the way of the wise? What is fate and the threads that bind it? May I know and navigate the hidden pathways. Is the map of life hidden, yet obvious in the embrace of land and sea, mountain and wind, mother and child? My heart and spirit remember the threading ways of the pattern maker, a mother's hand weaving infinite pattern in the soul of the earth. Hear me, shades of the dead who trod these ways with silent feet. Hear me, O dreaming ones of Eden. Where is she who weaves the weft of time, the dancing threads of birth, death, and rebirth? Where is she, the hidden face of the third sister, whose hands turn the looms of moon and earth? O mother of fate, I pray, let me pass between your spinning wheels. Cleanse me of the threads of illusion, to free my hands, to grasp that golden cord that leads me to the ever young star prince. Nested in the safety of your web, dreaming the vision of the world and of my place in it. Only then will my eyes be washed and my hands and feet unbound, to walk the golden path to the stars. Into the depths of the soul of the world I plunge my voice of longing, devoid of illusion and enraptured by the beauty of the living Eden. I call to the star within the stone. I search for the answers to the sacred questions of longing written in my nature when I was flung to earth from that starry heaven. O thou art the child of promise who lies dreaming on a blue ocean, trapped in a pillar of silent stone. O thou art the Prince of light and life-giving flame of the people of peace. May I peer into your face of enduring beauty. How do I free you from your chamber? Will I know the key to your door that dwells in my palms? Will you inflame me with the stars of your eyes and your breath that frees? I know that I am your vision, but I have forgotten the way. O dreamer in land, heal my pain, anoint my eyes, awaken my spirit, that I may be one with the healer of the world and walk in blessedness upon the sacred land. Long have I sought that star that fell from heaven to give birth to the world. Long have I sought that ray of eternal light infused at the center of my being. I have crossed the river of blood, ridden the horse of flesh, and wrested the golden key from the dweller on the threshold. My journey has been arduous, but my joy overflows like the stars from the mouth of she who utters, and the fruits of the king's tree. Long have I sought the throne of dominion and my sovereignty over the demons of restlessness and the wanderings of a divine discontent. I stand awakened before the vision of the world with my hand upon the sword of truth to sear the cage of forgetfulness. I stand upon the stone of destiny that rises like a stairway of flaming truth, and my blood trembles with exaltation as the stars rain from me like fireworks of the soul. Let my feet be steady and my walkers unbound, that I may reach that holy gate of heaven that awakens me into perfect truth. O walker of the stars, lend me thy hand, steady my resolve, and light my way, that I may be one with thee. Upheld by sovereignty, I spread my inner eye like the wings of an eagle, and I take flight beyond the bindings of illusion and fear to that holy stream that only angels and anointed ones know. With the people of peace at my side, I lift my spirit to the waters of return, so I may drink deeply of truth, peace, and the contentment that comes when I am truly home, fully awakened. I pray that the sacred stone shall blossom and unfurl the golden serpent, and the breath of the dreamer shall whisper the hidden name of earth, of whose essence I am. And by the crystal key whose ways are vision, grace, and stillness, I shall drink deeply of the fire of truth that flows like a river of stars, and then, whole and healed, I shall be with the mother and father of all life before, after, and forevermore. O Father of the stars, I see your countless watchful and loving eyes each night as they peer down from the heavens. You are the first begotten and beloved child of the great Mother, and you are the Father of the universe, whose seeds of light are planted in all of the heavenly bodies. Where there is light, you are present. I pray that you will open in me that spark of your light that illuminates the inner spaces of my being, that I may peer through the veil of form into the face of enduring truth and eternal peace. May I be like unto a silver branch upon your holy and enchanted tree. May I bear the fruits of wisdom that shall feed the whole of the eternal family now and throughout timelessness. O great Mother, you are the matriarch of matter and the empress of eternity. I pray thee, look upon me, the face of your loving child, so small, so seeking, so true. O great Mother, you speak forth the words of creation and utter forth universes in your time of brooding. I pray that you might open your loving embrace to me, your seeker of the stars. I am weary from climbing the holy tree in search of you. Let my hunger be fed by the fruits of wisdom, and my thirst be healed by the elixir of light. I pray that you might reveal the spirit tongue that only the seers know, reveal the healing tones that only the bards know, and reveal the words of power that only the anointed ones know. I stand upon the sacred stone, washed in blood and stars, and I feel your presence above me, beneath me, before me, behind me, to my left and my right, as I sit in the center of your crossroads, speaking forth the name you gave to me when you lit the stars of the sky and set them on their holy course. By the ninefold tree and the threefold life, by the throne of dominion and the stone of destiny, I honor you, my queen. All that is me is thee. All that is me is but a dream within the dream within a dream. And you are the great dreamer. How is the unknown perceived by the known? How does a minute, finite speck of dust embrace the vast and infinite stars? Answer, I pray, O timeless keys of vision. What is the language of the eternal? Where is it that man and God meet as companions on a shared journey, as a meeting of cell and body? How does a single teardrop commune with the ocean and a planet with a star? Is there a common tongue spoken by all things, great and small, finite and infinite? In my time of prayer and silence, an answer comes to me on the winds of wisdom that stream from the source. It speaks to me of silence, presence, surrender, contentment, and essence. For these are the secret codes in the spirit tongue, hidden at the heart of all things, shared through the longing of seekers. Breathe through the hidden space that divides and unites in a pool of life with many ripples. O holy fire that is my essence, O burning bush that speaks for God, O voice on the sacred mountain that hears my plea, your embrace is always giving. Your love is the crystal stream that connects all of the islands of creation. Your voice reaches out to me in times of seeking and says, I am in your breath, your blood, your body, and the source of your seeking. I am a waterfall of light from the ocean of heaven. I am the ever present, never absent home you seek. All is well. You are well. Where you are, I am there. Know this, and your pain is healed. Know this, and joy and peace and love profound are the reward of your seeking, for this is holy fire that anoints lives within your hands. Become heavenward. I look into the eye that never blinks, and in exaltation I exclaim, I am. May you know and remember the truth and beauty that is your essence and your birthright. May you receive and claim it when it is revealed. May the forces of fear and atrophy tremble before your power. May the vision keys open the doors most profound. May the holy fire sear the shadows and light your way. May you find joy and contentment in knowing that you are a member of the family of creation, bound in spirit and in truth, and thus you're always loved, and you never walk alone. Blessed be the seeker in the holy tree, for all are as one, so shall it be. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsim tok shabu parane sham truna, hai, arsim tok shabu parane sham truna, hai, arsim tok shabu parane sham truna, hai, abra, dabra, abra, dabra, abra, dabra. Oh, look it, bro. I'll see why not. Why not? I used to have a friend. He would always say, why not? vision keys. In this portion, it says, "O Great Mother, you are the matriarch of matter. Everything I've studied and everything I've learned from different cultures from all over the world describe the Divine Mother as the original. She wasn't created, she existed. She was the original existence, the first consciousness, the first life. She unified what was, and from the materials that were, it created this small mound, like a clumped up mound from all the elements that were just not coming together. She brought them together. Now this is creation we're talking about. She brought them together, and from this mound, and she didn't give birth to him. She didn't create him. She brought together the elements. She just brought together the elements. That's all she did. She didn't craft. She didn't design. She didn't think to copy. She just unified the elements into a mound, and the Father arose. The Divine Father came into being. The Mother is the mother, the great matriarch, the mother of matter. I say word for word, the matriarch of matter, of the very creative elements that make up everything that exists, that we can physically touch and see. And it was the Divine Father who meticulously arranged this matter of the Mother, created humans and all gods, and all of creation came into being. People like to live in a fanciful world, no doubt, and hey, I ain't saying no to it, for those who like to. Though there is a code to rewrite this world. There is a code to be able to live properly without the worry of harm or starvation or anything like that. And this code is all around us every day. It comes through us through people that we talk to and people that we meet, stories we read. If you're on the path of meditating and seeing this spiritual journey, I'm going to tell you something I learned. Regardless of what your faith, regardless of what your origin country, your home is, or anything, look, one thing I've learned by literally being a part, literally being a full-on member part of a religion, many of them going. Here's what religion does. They get a piece of truth out a book. They'll pull one piece of truth out, and they'll say, all right, this is what we're going to share with people, and this is what we're going to tell them about, and man, they're going to love it, because nobody else reveals this information. No one else tells this information. But that book, they literally just took it and they put it away in their own safe to look at. And then they take this one out and they make stories all around this one little card, this one little piece of information from the whole book. Because when you get to the end of the tunnel, if you actually have a heart of love, you're going to be able to talk to the big G-O-D, and they gonna be angry. What? What? What do you mean? They piecemeal and compartmentalize divine information so that they can stay in power and take your money, so that they can control your life and make sure that you go back to their building. See, you're a living temple with walking legs. This world don't need a bunch of people stuck in a building. It needs a bunch of people interacting with each other, saying, hey, what's up? Let me learn about you. Can I help you? What's up? Life was never meant for one person to lead a group of people. It wasn't meant like that. It wasn't meant like that. The words of power and these particular prayers, these sets of information that I have found, I read them for years and I go over them. Like, for instance, a religion will give you many things and you'll be like, man, I'm climbing that ladder. I'm learning everything they got. But they keep the last few steps tucked away for themselves. Here's a legitimate quality. There are some faiths and they will tell you to repeat a mantra 1,000 times. So after you repeat this mantra 1,000 times, then you will attain what you want. That's wrong. It's kind of right, but it's also massively wrong. See, I learned that by being emotionally active, making sure my emotions are kicking, having a clear mind, and I put one end goal vision in mind of what I would like. This is a magical prayer I'm sending off. And then in that moment, in that same moment of all three things happening, now I'm going to read over that mantra, I'm going to read over that prayer, I'm going to go over that ceremony. And with all of those attributes active, one time only was needed, not 1,000. If you know how to do it, you just needed to do it once. If you take a shot, if you're a basketball player and you miss 999 shots, but you nail the one, well, I'd say, learn how to play basketball a little bit before you got to learn a new trick or something. Because, it's not worth having all those misses for one shot, one win. People would tell me that I'm lucky. There was a time in my life, and I said it's not luck. It's not luck. When it keeps happening over and over and over and over, that's skill. That's ability. That's awareness. That's seeing the environment that's working. Hmm. That's what I'm up for. Now, for the sake of finishing a book, we're definitely gonna kick up the Iliad, but not just yet. Not just yet. Gotta finish that book though. I started it, read it for a few days, got it. But I'm gonna start over here with another story. Thank you to all our moderators. Thank you to everybody that's filling up the chat and whatnot and talking. If the chat log is bothers you by any chance, One thing I've recognized that if you turn the YouTube channel onto the TV, there's no chat log. So chill. I'm so chill. I'm so chill. So let's be real. Uh, Someone donated $520 so that I can keep a roof over my head. One person did that, and that just came through yesterday. Yet another month, and I'm greatly appreciative. All I need all I like is at this point in my life, for all I've lost, for all I've been through, for what my journey has experienced that people don't see, and they judge this book like I'm a young kid that ain't been through nothing, just dressing up. Sheesh, for everything I've been through. The roof over my head is number one. Food in my stomach is number two. And I never stop praying. So, I mean, even in my silence, I'm still screaming in my prayers. I think my prayers are even more heard when I don't actually verbally on the outside pray. The energy builds all right. But that's really all I need. That's all that I mean. To know I'm not going to be sleeping outside, I'm good. I'm good. I could care less. I could care less what anybody else wants to play at or mess around with. Because last I taught, it's until you've been through the ringer, well, you keep running into the fire. I decided, I decided to start creating fire. I'd rather stay out of the fire, help churn it, help it go, help it keep going. Something people have always, throughout my entire life. Here's a little trick I'll share with you. Magical esoteric trick. People underestimated me over and over and over and over and over and over. They underestimate me. They underestimate me. They don't see me for who I am. They don't care to talk about the subjects of great interest that matter in the sight of humanity. People have very selfish mind. And so this bothered me for years. It made me angry. Like, I gotta scream. I gotta be like, no, I'm right. See, I'm right. See, it's right here in the book in chapter 22, verse 7. It says it right here. See, you know, heck, I'll go outside. I'll do the work myself and make it happen faster and cleaner and better and more efficient than anyone else could do. And they'd be like, what else are we going to do for the rest of the day? He finished the job. What the heck? Literally. I got to a certain point in my life, as far as the subject of being chill, I got to a certain point in my life and I said, you know what? I'm going to put my feet up. Go ahead and underestimate me. Go ahead and make fun of me. Go ahead and do and think whatever you want. Because until and when a threat is in my physical presence, ball game changed. And they have no clue what's been sitting inside. They don't know what is in my mind. They don't know what I can set up and do. They don't know how I've been paying attention to every single little detail of everything and not writing a note of nothing. So when they decide to flip the script on me, well, I wind up just having fun with it. Because I already know what to do. I already see where it was coming from. I saw where it's going. That's like a train on a track and a group of cowboys looking to get a score. So on those accounts, let people underestimate you. Let people think they're all smart. In some instances, let them be in whatever mindset they want and to say whatever words they want. For a true fool will fall, and one of stability will stand. Does it matter to mince words between the turtle or the hare? No, we know the turtle was already there. The turtle, he carries his whole home with him. Got his whole house on his back. That's a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. So he's going to intend exactly where he's going, or she. And it might take a while, but they will get there. You could see it to that. That hare, and bouncing, hopping, running off, going off here, going off there. Well, I'm so ahead, I'll go take this break over here. Run into some trouble over there, and you know what? The hare didn't even finish the race because it didn't even survive the day. Just got into too much, bouncing around. Too much folly. That old tortoise, not too much folly there. We're going to do what we're going to do. And then we're going to move on. The Frog King, or Iron Henry. In old times, when wishing still helped one, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so beautiful that the sun itself, which had seen so much, was astonished whenever it shone on her face. Close by the king's castle lay a great dark forest, and under an old lime tree in the forest was a well. And when the day was very warm, the king's child went out and into the forest and sat down by the side of the cool fountain. And when she was dull, she took a golden ball and threw it up on high and caught it. And this ball was her favorite plaything. Now it so happened that on one occasion the princess's golden ball did not fall into the little hand which was holding up for it, but on the ground beyond, and rolled straight into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes, but it vanished, and the well was deep, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. On this she began to cry, and cried louder and louder, and could not be comforted. And as she thus lamented, someone said to her, "What ails thee, king's daughter? Thou weepest so that even a stone would show pity." She looked round to the side from whence the voice came, and saw a frog stretching forth its thick, ugly head from the water. "Ah, old water splasher, is it thou?" said she. "I am weeping for my golden ball, which has fallen into the well." "Be quiet and do not weep," answered the frog. "I can help thee, but what wilt thou give me if I bring thy plaything up again?" "Whatever thou wilt have, dear frog," said she. "My clothes, my pearls and jewels, and even the golden crown which I'm wearing." The frog answered, "I don't care for thy clothes, thy pearls and jewels, or thy golden crown, but if thou wilt love me and let me be thy companion and playfellow,
and sit by thee at thy little table, and eat oft in thy little golden plate, and drink out of thy little cup, and sleep in thy little bed. If thou wilt promise me this, I will go down below, and bring thee thy golden ball up again. Oh, yes, said she, I promise thee all thou wishest, if thou wilt but bring me my ball back again. She, however, thought how the silly frog does talk. He lives in the water and the other frogs, and they croaks, and can be no companion to any human being. But the frog, when he had received this promise, put his head into the water and sank down, and in a short while came swimming. He came swimming up again, and with the ball in his mouth, and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was delighted to see her pretty plaything once more, and picked it up and ran away with it. Wait, wait, said the frog, take me with thee. I can't run as thou canst. But what did it avail him to scream his croak, croak after her as loudly as he could? She did not listen to it, but ran home and soon forgot the poor frog, who was forced to go back into his well again. The next day, when she had seated herself at a table with the king and all the courtiers, and was eating from her little golden plate, something came creeping splish, splash, splish, splash up the middle of the staircase, and when it had got to the top, it knocked at the door and cried, Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me. She ran to see who was outside, but when she opened the door, there sat the frog in front of it. Then she slammed the door or two in the great haste, sat down to dinner again, and was quite frightened. The king saw plainly that her heart was beating violently, and said, My child, what art thou so afraid of? Is there perchance a giant outside who wants to carry thee away? Ah, no, replied she, it is no giant, but a disgusting frog. What does a frog want with thee? Ah, dear father, yesterday as I was in the forest sitting by the well playing, my golden ball fell into the water, and because I cried so, the frog brought it out again for me. And because he so insisted, I promised him I never thought he would be able to come out of his water. And now he's outside there and wants to come in to me. In the meantime, it knocked a second time and cried, Princess, young princess, open the door for me. Dost thou not know that thou saidst to me yesterday by the cool waters of the fountain, Princess, youngest princess, open the door for me? Then the king said, That which thou hast promised must thou perform. Go and let him in. She went and opened the door, and the frog hopped in and followed her step by step to her chair. There he sat and cried, Lift me up beside thee. She delayed until at last the king commanded her to do it. When the frog was on the chair, he wanted to be on the table, and when he was on the table, he said, Now push my little golden plate nearer to me, that we may eat together. She did this, but it was easy to see that she did not do it willingly. The frog enjoyed what he ate, but almost every mouthful she took choked her. At length he said, I've eaten and am satisfied. Now I'm tired. Carry me into my thy little room and make thy little silken bed ready, and we will both lie down and go to sleep. The king's daughter began to cry, for she was afraid of the cold frog which she did not like to touch, and which was now to sleep in her pretty clean little bed. But the king grew angry and said, He who helped thee when thou wert in trouble ought not afterwards to be despised by thee. So she took hold of the frog with 2 fingers, carried him upstairs, and put him in a corner. But when she was in bed, he crept to her and said, I'm tired, and I want to sleep as well as thou. Lift me up, or I'll tell thy father. Then she was terribly angry, and took him up and threw him with all her might against the wall. Now thou wilt be quiet, odious frog, said she. But when he fell down, he was no frog, but a king's son with a beautiful, kind eyes. He, by her father's will, was now her dear companion and husband. Then he told her how he had been bewitched by a wicked witch, and how no one could have delivered him from the well but herself. and that tomorrow they would go together into his kingdom. Then they went to sleep, and next morning when the sun awoke, a carriage came driving up with 8 white horses which had white ostrich feathers on their heads and were harnessed with golden chains. And behind stood the young king's servant's faithful Henry. Faithful Henry had been so unhappy when his master was changed into a frog that he had caused 3 iron bands to be laid round his heart, lest it should burst with grief and sadness. The carriage was to conduct the young king into his kingdom. The carriage was to conduct the young king into his kingdom. Faithful Henry helped them both in and placed himself behind again, and was full of joy because of this deliverance. And when they had driven a part of the way, the king's son heard a crackling behind him as if something had broken. So he turned around and cried, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, master, it is not the carriage. It is a band from my heart, which was put there in my great pain when you were a frog and imprisoned in the well." Again and once again, while they were on their way, something cracked, and each time the king's son thought the carriage was breaking, but it was only the bands which were springing from the heart of faithful Henry, because his master was set free and happy.
Yes, the King and the Frog. Thank you very much, Dancy Steve. I appreciate that. That'd be from the Grimm's Fairy Tales. Yes, you guys. And it's true, it's very true that you cannot tell a book by the cover. A book can look really good, cover can look really, really enticing, but you never really know who somebody might be in life, who their spirit, their soul might be attached to. I look at people and I often want to see family. And usually we see what we want to see. But this next story is called The Cat and Mouse in Partnership. It's a short story. A certain cat had made the acquaintance of a mouse and had said so much to her about the great love and friendship she felt for her that at length the mouse agreed that they should live and keep house together. "But we must make a provision for winter, or else we shall suffer from hunger," said the cat. "And you, little mouse, cannot venture everywhere, or you will be caught in a trap some day." The good advice was followed, and a pot of fat was bought, but they did not know where to put it. At length, after much consideration, the cat said, "I know no place where it will be better stored up than in the church, for no one dares take anything away from there. We will set it beneath the altar and not touch it until we are really in need of it." So the pot was placed in safety, but it was not long before the cat had a great yearning for it, and said to the mouse, "I want to tell you something, little mouse. My cousin has brought a little son into the world and has asked me to be godmother.
He is white with brown spots, and I am to hold him over the font at the christening. Let me go out today, and you look after the house by yourself." "Yes, yes," answered the mouse. "By all means go. And if you get anything very good, think of me. I should like a drop of sweet red christening wine too." All this, however, was untrue. The cat had no cousin and had not been asked to be godmother. She went straight to the church, stole the pot of fat, began to lick it up, and licked the top of the fat off. Then she took a walk upon the roofs of the town, looked out for opportunities, and then stretched herself in the sun and licked her lips whenever she thought of the pot of fat, and not until it was evening did she return home. "Well, here you are again," said the mouse. "No doubt you have had a merry day." "All went well," answered the cat. "What name did they give the child?" "Top off," said the cat quite coolly. "Top off," cried the mouse. "That's a very odd and uncommon name. Is it a usual one in your family?" "What does it signify?" said the cat. "It is no worse than crumb stealer, as your godchildren are called." Before long the cat was seized by another fit of longing. She said to the mouse, "You must do me a favor, and once more manage the house for a day alone. I am again asked to be godmother, and as the child has a white ring round its neck, I cannot refuse." The good mouse consented, but the cat crept behind the town walls to the church and devoured half the pot of fat. "Nothing ever seems so good as what one keeps to oneself," said she, and was quite satisfied with her day's work. When she went home, the mouse inquired, "And what was this child christened?" "Half done," answered the cat. "Half done? What are you saying? I never heard the name in my life. I'll wager anything it is not in the calendar." The cat's mouth soon began to water, for some more licking. "All the good things go in threes," said she. "I am asked to stand godmother again. The child is quite black, only it has white paws, but with that exception it has not a single white hair on its whole body. This only happens once every few years. If you will let me go, won't you?" "Top off, half done," answered the mouse. "They are such odd names. They make me very thoughtful. You sit at home," said the cat, "in your dark gray fur coat and long tail, and are filled with fancies. That's because you do not go out into the daytime." During the cat's absence, the mouse cleaned the house and put it in order, but the greedy cat entirely emptied the pot of fat. "When everything is eaten up, one has some peace," said she to herself, and well filled and fat, she did not return home till night. The mouse at once asked what name had been given to the third child. "It will not please you more than the others," said the cat. "He is called All Gone." "All Gone!" cried the mouse. "That is the most suspicious name of all. I've never seen it in print. All Gone! What can that mean?" And she took her head, curled herself up, and lay down to sleep. From this time forth no one invited the cat to be godmother. But when the winter had come and there was no longer anything to be found outside, the mouse thought of their provision and said, "Come, cat, we will go to our pot of fat, which we'll have stored up for ourselves. We shall enjoy that." "Yes," answered the cat, "you will enjoy it as much as you would enjoy sticking that dainty tongue of yours out the window." They set out in their way, but when they arrived the pot of fat certainly was still in its place, but it was empty. "Alas," said the mouse, "now I see what has happened. Now it comes to light. You are a true friend. You've devoured all when you were standing godmother. First top off, then half done, then will you hold your tongue?" cried the cat. "One word more and I will eat you too." "All gone" was already on the poor mouse's lips. Scarcely had she spoken it before the cat sprang on her, seized her, and swallowed her down. Verily, that is the way of the world.
That's why I appreciate learning from religious ways, but I will not be devoted to one of them. I'm devoted to the Divine Mother, the Divine Father. That's mine. That doesn't have a name or a title. That's family. That to me falls into family. You don't have a religion to be like, hey, you're part of our family, right? So that means you're our religion, right? Family's family, like it's just family, right? And every single religion, as much as they may offer with their little or large nugget of gold, of spiritual gold, they hide so much. And if they're not hiding it, then they are truly the trickster and don't know what they're doing, and they're taking people's money. But for what I've seen, for all the doors the religion opens, they leave the one final door closed to the populace. They don't give that answer. They don't give that information. They don't put it all together. But that's not necessarily their responsibility. Their responsibility was to hold that treasure, to hold that gold, and to maintain the traditions that they have so that those aspects of the past could be remembered into our days today. That's why I implore studying various cultures, various aspects of life, various religions, various ways, because where one place is going to leave you with a heavy question, you will find an answer that actually fits quite perfectly. And that's why it truly takes a curious mind, a mind that has questions, a mind that is not satisfied with, thanks for what I got, and that's what I'm going to live my life by. No, somebody who's actually curious and they question and they go about life as an explorer. When I think of an explorer or an adventurer, which I see myself very much of it in life, I don't like, violence is not in that. Hurting people is not in that. Exploring an adventure is about discovering something unknown, discovering something new, unlocking the mind to a new idea, to a new anything. Isn't that what humans really want to do, is be the first to create a new first? I'm the first one to do this, I'm the first one to do that. But to me, in my own opinion, being first just means being alone. It doesn't. That's why it's important to pay attention to people, to get to know people, to see different aspects of them. If you've been watching this channel long enough, you've seen me cry, you've seen me dance, you've seen me sing, you've seen me read, you've seen me just be me. And that's my inspiration from what I had when I was growing up, was exactly that. I just want to get to know the person. Like, thanks for the delivery, but let's get to know each other. And so as much as I can, that's what I appreciate doing. Uh, we're going to read a third story from the Grimm's fairy tales. It's called Our Lady's Child. Our Lady's Child. Hard by a great forest dwelt a woodcutter with his wife, who had an only child, a little girl 3 years old. They were so poor, however, that they no longer had daily bread and did not know how to get food for her. One morning the woodcutter went out sorrowfully to his work in the forest, and while he was cutting wood, suddenly there stood before him a tall and beautiful woman with a crown of shining stars on her head, who said to him, I am the Virgin Mary, mother of the child Jesus. Thou art poor and needy. Bring thy child to me, and I will take her with me and be her mother, and care for her. The woodcutter obeyed, brought this child, and gave her to the Virgin Mary, who took her up to heaven with her. There the child fared well, ate sugar cakes, and drank sweet milk, and her clothes were of gold, and the little angels played with her. And when she was 14 years of age, the Virgin Mary called her one day and said, Dear child, I am about to make a long journey, so take into thy keeping the keys of the 13 doors of heaven. 12 of these thou mayest open, and behold the glory which is within them. But the 13th, to which this little key belongs, is forbidden thee. Beware of opening it, or thou wilt bring misery on thyself. The girl promised to be obedient, and when the Virgin Mary was gone, she began to examine the dwellings of the kingdom of heaven. Each day she opened one of them until she had made the round of the 12. In each of them sat one of the apostles in the midst of a great light, and she rejoiced in all the magnificence and splendor. And the little angels who always accompanied her rejoiced with her. Then the forbidden door alone remained, and she felt a great desire to know what could be hidden behind it, and said to the angels, I will not quite open it, and I will not go inside it, but I will unlock it so that we can just see a little through the opening. Oh no, said the little angels, that would be a sin. The Virgin Mary has forbidden it, and it might easily cause the unhappiness. Then she was silent, but the desire in her heart was not stilled, but gnawed there and tormented her, and let her have no rest. And once when the angels had all gone out, she thought, now I'm quite alone and I could peep in. If I do it, no one will ever know. She sought out the key, and when she had got it in her hand, she put it in the lock, and when she had put it in, she turned it round as well. Then the door sprang open, and she saw there the Trinity sitting in fire and splendor. She stayed there a while and looked at everything in amazement. Then she touched the light a little with her finger, and her finger became quite golden. Immediately a great fear fell on her. She shut the door violently and ran away. Her terror, too, would not quit her. Let her do what she might, and her heart beat continually and would not be still. The gold, too, stayed on her finger and would not go away. Let her rub it and wash it, never so much. It was not longer before the Virgin Mary came back from her journey. She called the girl before her and asked to have the keys of heaven back. When the maiden gave her the bunch, the Virgin looked into her eyes and said, Hast thou not opened the 13th door also? No, she replied. Then she laid her hand on the girl's heart and felt how to beat it and beat, and saw right well that she had disobeyed her order and had opened the door. Then she said once again, Art thou certain that thou hast not done it? Yes, said the girl for a second time. Then she perceived the finger which had become golden from touching the fire of heaven, and saw well that the child had sinned, and said for a third time, Hast thou not done it?
No, said the girl for the third time. Then said the Virgin Mary, Thou hast not obeyed me, and besides that thou hast lied. Thou art no longer worthy to be in heaven. Then the girl fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke, she lay on the earth below, and in the midst of a wilderness. She wanted to cry out, but she could bring forth no sound. She sprang up and wanted to run away, but whithersoever she turned herself, she was continually held back by thick hedges of thorns through which she could not break. In the desert in which she was imprisoned, there stood an old hollow tree, and this had to be her dwelling place. Into this she crept when night came, and here she slept. Here, too, she found a shelter from storm and rain, but it was a miserable life, and bitterly did she weep when she remembered how happy she had been in heaven, and how the angels had played with her. Roots and wild berries were her only food, and for these she sought as far as she could go. In the autumn she picked up the fallen nuts and leaves, and carried them into the hole. The nuts were her food in winter, and when snow and ice came, she crept amongst the leaves like a poor little animal, that she might not freeze. Before long her clothes were all torn, and one bit of them after another fell off her. As soon, however, as the sun shone warm again, she went out and sat in front of the tree, and her long hair covered her on all sides like a mantle. Thus she sat year after year and felt the pain and misery of the world. One day, when the trees were once more clothed in fresh green, the king of the country was hunting in the forest, and followed a roe, and as it had fled into the thicket which shut in this part of the forest, he got off his horse, tore the bushes asunder, and cut himself a path with his sword. When he had at last forced his way through, he saw a wonderfully beautiful maiden sitting under the tree, and she sat there and was entirely covered with her golden hair down to her very feet. He stood still and looked at her full of surprise. Then he spoke to her and said, Who art thou? Why art thou sitting here in the wilderness? But she gave no answer, for she could not open her mouth. The king continued, Wilt thou go with me to my castle? Then she just nodded her head a little, and the king took her in his arms, carried her to his horse, and rode him with her. And when he reached the royal castle, he caused her to be dressed in beautiful garments, and gave her all things in abundance. Although she could not speak, she was still so beautiful and charming that he began to love her with all his heart, and it was not long before he married her. After a year or so had passed, the queen brought a son into the world. Thereupon the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night when she lay in her bed alone, and said, If thou wilt tell the truth and confess that thou didst unlock the forbidden door, I will open thy mouth and give thee back thy speech. But if thou perseverest in thy sin and deniest obstinately, I will take thy newborn child away with me. Then the queen was permitted to answer, but she remained hard and said, No, I did not open the forbidden door. And the Virgin Mary took the newborn child from her arms and vanished with it. Next morning, when the child was not found, it was whispered among the people that the queen was a man eater and had killed her own child. She heard all this and could say nothing to the contrary, but the king would not believe it, for he loved her so much. When a year had gone by, the queen again bore a son, and in the night the Virgin Mary again came to her and said, If thou wilt confess that thou openest the forbidden door, I will give thee thy child back and untie thy tongue. But if you continuest in sin and deniest it, I will take away with me this new child also. Then the queen again said, No, I did not open the forbidden door. And the Virgin took the child out of her arms and away with her to heaven. Next morning, when this child also had disappeared, the people declared quite loudly that the queen had devoured it, and the king's counselors demanded that she should be brought to justice. The king, however, loved her so dearly that he would not believe it, and so commanded the counselors under pain of death not to say any more about it. The following year, the queen gave birth to a beautiful little daughter, and for the third time the Virgin Mary appeared to her in the night and said, Follow me. She took the queen by the hand and led her to heaven and showed her there her two eldest children, who smiled at her and were playing with the ball of the world. When the queen rejoiced thereat, the Virgin Mary said, Is thy heart not yet softened? If thou wilt own that thou openest the forbidden door, I will give thee back thy two little sons. But for the third time the queen answered, No, I did not open the forbidden door. Then the Virgin Mary let her sink down to earth once more and took from her likewise her third child. Next morning, when the loss was reported abroad, all the people cried loudly, The queen is a man-eater, she must be judged. And the king was no longer able to restrain his counselors. Thereupon a trial was held, and as she could not answer and defend herself, she was condemned to be burnt alive. The wood was got together, and when she was fast bound to the stake and the fire began to burn round her, the hard ice of pride melted. Her heart was moved by repentance, and she thought, If I could but confess before my death that I opened the door. Then her voice came back to her, and she cried out loudly, Yes, Mary, I did it. And straightway rain fell from the sky and extinguished the flames of fire, and a light broke forth above her, and the Virgin Mary descended with the two little sons by her side, and the newborn daughter in her arms. She spoke kindly to her and said, He who repents his sin and acknowledges it is forgiven. Then she gave her little three then she gave her the three children, united her tongue, untied her tongue, and granted her happiness for her whole life.
We're reading from the fairy tales of Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. Most people would say Jacob. Yeah. Hmm. That sounds pretty good. Maybe we should. Don't sit down for this one. A certain father had two sons, the elder of whom was smart and sensible and could do everything, but the younger was stupid and could neither learn nor understand anything. And when people saw him, they said, There's a fellow who will give his father some trouble. When anything had to be done, it was always the elder who was forced to do it. But his father bade him fetch anything when it was late, or in the night time, and the way led through the churchyard or any other dismal place. He answered, Oh no, father, I will not go there. It makes me shudder. For he was afraid. Or when stories were told by the fire at night which made the flesh creep, the listeners sometimes said, Oh, it makes us shudder. The younger sat in a corner and listened with the rest of them, and could not imagine what they could mean. They're always saying, "It makes me shudder, it makes me shudder." It does not make me shudder, thought he. That too must be an art of which I understand nothing. Now it came to pass that his father said to him one day, "Hearken to me, thou fellow in the corner there. Thou art growing tall and strong, and thou too must learn something by which thou canst earn thy living. Look how thy brother works, but thou dost not even earn thy salt." "Well, father," he replied, "I'm quite willing to learn something. Indeed, if it could be managed, I should like to learn how to shudder. I don't understand that at all yet." The elder brother smiled when he heard that, and thought to himself, "Good God, what a blockhead that brother of mine is. He'll never be good for anything as long as he lives. He who wants to be a sickle must bend himself betimes." The father sighed and answered him, "Thou shalt soon learn what it is to shudder, but thou wilt not earn thy bread by that." Soon after this, the sexton came to the house on a visit, and the father bewailed his trouble and told him how his younger son was so backward in every respect that he knew nothing and learned nothing. "Just think," said he, "when I asked him how he was going to earn his bread, he actually wanted to learn to shudder." "If that be all," replied the sexton, "he can learn that with me. Send him to me, and I will soon polish him." His father was glad to do it, for he thought, "It will train the boy a little." The sexton therefore took him into his house, and he had to ring the bell. After a day or two, the sexton awoke him at midnight and bade him arise to go up into the church tower and ring the bell. "Thou shalt soon learn what shuddering is," thought he, and secretly went there before him. And when the boy was at the top of the tower and turned round and was just going to take hold of the bell rope, he saw a white figure standing on the stairs opposite the sounding hole. "Who is there?" cried he. But the figure made no reply, and did not move or stir. "Give an answer," cried the boy, "or take thyself out. Thou hast no business here at night." The sexton, however, remained standing motionless, that the boy might think he was a ghost. The boy cried a second time, "What do you want here? Speak if thou art an honest fellow, or I will throw thee down the steps." The sexton thought, "He can't intend to be as bad as his words," uttered no sound, and stood as if he were made of stone. Then the boy called to him for the third time, and as that was also to no purpose, he ran against him and pushed the ghost down the stairs, so that it fell down 10 steps and remained lying there in a corner. Thereupon he rang the bell, went home, and without saying a word, went to bed and fell asleep. The sexton's wife waited a long time for her husband, but he did not come back. At length she became uneasy and wakened the boy and asked, "Dost thou not know where my husband is? He climbed up the tower before thou didst." "No, I don't know," replied the boy, "but someone was standing by the sounding hole on the other side of the steps, and as he would neither give an answer nor go away, I took him for a scoundrel and threw him downstairs. Just go there, and you'll see if it was he." "I should be sorry if it were." The woman ran away and found her husband, who was lying moaning in the corner and had broken his leg. She carried him down, and then with loud screams he hastened to the boy's father. "Your boy," he cried, "has been the cause of a great misfortune. He's thrown my husband down the steps and made him break his leg. Take the good-for-nothing fellow away from our house." The father was terrified, and ran thither and scolded the boy. "The wicked tricks are these," said he. "The devil must have put this into thy head." "Father," he replied, "do listen to me. I'm quite innocent. He was standing there by night like no one is intending to do some evil.
I did not know who it was, and I entreated him 3 times either to speak or go away. Ah, said the father, I have nothing but unhappiness with you. Go out of my sight, I will see thee no more. Yes, father, right willingly. Wait only until it is day. Then will I go forth and learn how to shudder, and then I shall at any rate understand one art which will support me. Learn what thou wilt, spake the father. It is all the same to me. Here are 50 thalers for thee. Take these and go into the wide world, and tell no one from whence thou comest, and who is thy father, for I have reason to be ashamed of thee. Yes, father, it shall be as you will. If you desire nothing more than that, I can easily keep it in mind. When day dawned, therefore, the boy put forth his 50 thalers into his pocket, and went forth into the great highway, and continually said to himself, If I could be shudder, if I could be but shudder. Then a man approached who heard this conversation which the youth was holding with himself, and when they had walked a little farther to where they could see the gallows, the man said to him, Look, there's the tree where 7 men have married the rope maker's daughter, and are now learning how to fly. Sit down below it and wait till night comes, and you'll soon learn how to shudder. If that is all that is wanted, answered the youth, it is easily done. But if I learn how to shudder as fast as that, you shall have my 50 thalers. Just come back to me early in the morning. Then the youth went to the gallows, sat down below it, and waited till evening came. And as he was cold, he lighted himself a fire. But at midnight the wind blew so sharply that it spit out of his that in spite of his fire he could not get warm. And as the wind knocked the hanged men against each other, and they moved backwards and forwards, he thought to himself, Thou shivers below the fire, but how those up above must freeze and suffer. And as he felt pity for them, he raised the ladder and climbed up, unbound one after the other, and brought down all 7. Then he stirred the fire, blew it, and set them all round it so as to warm themselves. But they sat there and did not stir, and the fire caught their clothes. So he said, Take care, or I will hay you up again. The dead men, however, did not hear, but were quite silent, and let their rags go on burning. On this he grew angry, and said, If you will not take care, I cannot help you. I will not be burnt with you. And he hung them up again, each in his turn. Then he sat down by his fire and fell asleep. And the next morning the man came to him and wanted to have the 50 thalers, and said, Well, dost thou know how to shudder? No, answered he. How was I to get to know? Those fellows up there did not open their mouths, and they were so stupid that they let the few old rags which they had on their bodies get burnt. Then the man now that he would then the man saw that he would not get the 50 thalers that day, and he went away saying, One of this kind has never come my way before. The youth likewise went his way, and once more began to mutter to himself, if I could but shudder. If I could but shudder. A wagoner who was striding behind him heard that, and said, Who are you? I don't know, answered the youth. Then the wagoner asked, From whence you comest thou? I know not. Who is thy father? That I might not tell thee. What is it that thou art always muttering between thy teeth? Ah, replied the youth, I do so wish I could shudder, but no one can teach me how to do it. Give up thy foolish chatter, said the wagoner. Come, go with me. I will see about a place for thee. The youth went with the wagoner, and in the evening they arrived at an inn where they wished to pass the night. Then at the entrance of the room the youth again said quite loudly, If I could but shudder, if I could but shudder. The host who heard this laughed and said, If that is your desire, there ought to be good company, good opportunity for you here. Ah, be silent, said the hostess. So many inquisitive persons have already lost their lives. It would be a pity and a shame if Such beautiful eyes as these should never see the daylight again. But the youth said, however difficult it may be, I will learn it, and for this purpose indeed I have journeyed forth. He let the host have no rest until the latter told him that not far off from thence stood a haunted castle where anyone could very easily learn what shuddering was, if it would be but watch it in for 3 nights. The king had promised that he who would venture should have his daughter to wife, and she was the most beautiful maiden the sun shone on. Great treasures likewise lay in the castle, which were guarded by evil spirits, and these treasures would be then freed, and would make a poor man rich enough. Already many men had gone into the castle, but as yet none had come out again. Then the youth went next morning to the king and said if he were allowed he would watch 3 nights in the haunted castle. The king looked at him, and as the youth pleased him, he said, Thou mayest ask for 3 things to take into the castle with thee, but they must be things without life. Then he answered, Then I ask for a fire, a turning lathe, and a cutting board with a knife. The king had these things carried into the castle for him during the day. When the night was drawing near, the youth went up and made himself a bright fire in one of the rooms, placed the cutting board and knife beside it, and seated himself by the turning lathe. Ah, if I could but shudder, said he, but I shall not learn it here either. Towards midnight he was about to poke his fire, and as he was blowing it, something cried suddenly from one corner, Oh, Mel! How cold we are! You simpletons, cried he, what are you crying about? If you are cold, come and take a seat by the fire and warm yourselves. And when he had said that, 2 great black cats came with one tremendous leap and sat down on each side of him, and looked savagely at him with their fiery eyes. After some short time, when they had warmed themselves, they said, Comrade, shall we have a game at cards? Why not? He replied, but just show me your paws. Then they stretched out their claws. Oh, said he, what long nails you have. Wait, I must first cut them for you. Thereupon he seized them by the throats, put them on the cutting board, and screwed their feet fast. I have looked at your fingers, said he, and my fancy 4 card playing has gone. And he struck them dead and threw them out into the water. But when he had made away with these 2 and was about to sit down again by his fire, out from every hole and corner came black cats and black dogs and red hot chains, and more of them came until he could no longer stir, and they yelled horribly and got on his fire, pulled it to pieces, and tried to put it out. He watched them for a while quietly, but at last, when they were going too far, he seized his cutting knife and cried, Away with ye, vermin, and began to cut them down. Part of them ran away, the others he killed and threw out into the fish pond. When he came back, he fanned the embers of his fire again and warmed himself, and as he thus sat, his eyes would keep open no longer, and he felt a desire to sleep. Then he looked round and saw a great bed in the corner. That is the very thing for me, said he, and got into it. And he was just going to shut his eyes. However, the bed began to move of its own accord, and went over the whole of the castle. That's right, said he, but go faster. Then the bed rolled on as if 6 horses were harnessed to it, up and down over the thresholds and steps, but suddenly, hop, hop, it turned over upside down, and lay on him like a mountain. But he threw quilts and pillows up in the air, got out of bed. Now anyone who likes may drive, and lay down by his fire and slept till it was day. In the morning the king came, and when he saw him lying there on the ground, he thought the evil spirits had killed him and he was dead. Then he said, After all, it is a pity. He is a handsome man. The youth heard it, got up and said, It has not come to that yet. Then the king was astonished, but very gladly, and asked how he had fared. Very well indeed, answered he. One night is past, the two others will get over likewise. Then he went to the innkeeper, who opened his eyes very wide, and said, I never expected to see thee alive again. Hast thou learned how to shudder yet? No, said he, it is all in vain. If someone would but tell me. The second night he again went up into the old castle, sat down by the fire, and once more began his old song, If I could but shudder. When midnight came, an uproar and noise of tumbling about was heard. At first it was low, but it grew louder and louder. Then it was quiet for a while, and at length with a loud scream half a man came down the chimney and fell before him. Hollo! cried he. Another half belongs to this. This is too little. Then the uproar began again. There was a roaring and howling, and the other half fell down likewise. Wait, said he, I will just blow up the fire a little for thee. When he had done that, and looked round again, the two pieces were joined together, and a frightful man was sitting in his place. That is no part of our bargain, said the youth. The bench is mine. The man wanted to push him away. The youth, however, would not allow that, but thrust him off with all his strength and seated himself again in his own place. Then still more men fell down, one after the other. They brought 9 dead men's legs and 2 skulls and set them up and played at 9 pins with them. The youth also wanted to play and said, Hark you, can I join you? Yes, if thou hast any money. Money enough, replied he, but your bowls are not quite round. Then he took the skulls and put them in the lathe and turned them till they were round. There now they will roll better, said he. Hurrah! Now it goes merrily. He played with them and lost some of his money, but when it struck 12, everything vanished from his sight. He lay down and quietly fell asleep. Next morning the king came to inquire after him. How has it fared with you this time? Asked he. I have been playing at 9 pins, he answered, and have lost a couple of farthings. Hast thou not shuddered then? What? Said he. I've made merry. If I did but know what it was to shudder. The third night he sat down again on his bench and said quite sadly, If I could but shudder. When it grew late, 6 tall men came in and brought a coffin. Then said he, Ha ha ha, that is certainly my little cousin who died only a few days ago. And he beckoned with his finger and cried, Come, little cousin, come. They placed the coffin on the ground, but he went to it and took the lid off, and a dead man lay therein. He felt his face, but it was cold as ice. Stop, said he, I will warm thee a little, and went to the fire and warmed his hand and laid it on the dead man's face, but he remained cold. Then he took him out and sat down by the fire and laid him on his breast and rubbed his arms that the blood might circulate again. As this also did no good, he thought to himself, when two people lie in bed together, they warm each other, and carried him to the bed, covered him over, and laid down by him. After a short time, the dead man became warm too and began to move. Then said the youth, See, little cousin, have I not warmed thee? The dead man, however, got up and cried, Now will I strangle thee. What, said he, is that the way thou thinkest me? Thou shalt at once go into thy coffin again. And he took him up and threw him into it, and shut the lid. Then came the 6 men and carried him away again. I cannot manage to shudder, said he. I shall never learn it here as long as I live. Then a man entered who was taller than all the others and looked terrible. He was old, however, and had a long white beard. Thou wretch, cried he, thou shalt soon learn what it is to shudder, for thou shalt die. Not so fast, replied the youth. If I am to die, I shall have to have a say in it. I will soon seize thee, said the fiend. Softly, softly, do not talk so big. I am as strong as thou art, and perhaps even stronger. We shall see, said the old man. If thou art stronger, I will let thee go. Come, we will try. Then he led him by dark passages to a smith's forge, took an axe, and with one blow struck an anvil into the ground. I can do it better than that, said the youth, and went to the other anvil. And the old man placed himself near and wanted to look on, and his white beard hung down. Then the youth seized the axe, split the anvil with the one blow, and struck the old man's beard in with it. Now I have thee, said the youth. Now it is thou who will have to die. Then he seized an iron bar and beat the old man till he moaned and entreated him to stop, and he would give him great riches. The youth drew out the axe and let him go. The old man led him back into the castle, and in a cellar showed him 3 chests full of gold. Of these, said he, one part is for the poor and the other for the king. The third is thine. In the meantime it struck 12, and the spirit disappeared. The youth therefore was left in darkness. I shall still be able to find my way out, said he, and felt about, found the way into the room, and slept there by his fire. Next morning the king came and said, now thou must have learned what shuddering is. No, he answered. What can it be? My dead cousin was here, and a bearded man came and showed me a great deal of money down below, but no one told me it was to shudder. Then said the king, thou hast delivered the castle, and shalt marry my daughter. That is all very well, said he, but I still do not know what it is to shudder. Then the gold was brought up, and the wedding celebrated. But howsoever much the young king loved his wife, and however happy he was, he still said always, if I could but shudder, if I could but shudder. And at last she was angry at this. Her waiting maid said, I will find a cure for him. He shall soon learn what it is to shudder. She went to the stream which flowed with the garden, and had a whole bucket full of gudgeons brought to her. At night, when the young king was sleeping, his wife was to draw the clothes off him, and empty the bucket full of cold water with the gudgeons in it over him, so that the little fishes would sprawl about him. When this was done, he woke up and cried, oh, what makes me shudder so? What makes me shudder so, dear wife? Ah, now I know what it is to shudder.
Isn't that cute? Oh boy. In my own life, I've journeyed about, and I've sought and I've tried. Um, like when I was younger, to make contact with the divine. Like I was going through such hard times that I was just trying to make contact. Like all forms of prayer weren't working, so I was just like reaching out. Like how could I get a response? Like there's got to be more to life than just people, all this faith stuff, all this prophecy stuff, all those kind of aspects, like all these stories of old, like they gotta happen today. Like there's prophecies that were written so long ago. Are there prophecies being written today? The ability to see beyond comes to the inquiry that one truly, truly has on the journey. Egyptian structures and other structures from other cultures around the world, they had purposes. I personally believe that pyramids were generators. They generated energy. That's what I perceive. Everything I've learned, everything I've looked into, they didn't, like when they were running, they didn't call them pyramids. They had a different name. Anyways. Does anybody have a thought-provoking, serious question or anything of that sort that they would put into the comments? I'd be happy to answer and entertain a rich comment. The one real thing that I've learned is that it's not about the whole afterlife concept, that whole like, oh, I'm gonna get right or whatever, the preparation of that aspect. It is very much this life. It is very much happening while we are alive. And these are the ingredients upon the journey of a shaman, of a wise woman, of anything, of following into this passion, into this regard of understanding of philosophy. But if no thought-provoking questions or comments, I'm going to get to reading the Iliad. Getting back to that, we are at book 16. While they fought for the ship, Patroclus came to Achilles and stood by him weeping, his face like a sheer rock where the goat trail ends and dark spring water washes down the stone. Achilles pitied him and spoke these feathered words. What are all these tears about, Patroclus? You're like a little girl pestering her mother to pick her up, pulling at her hem as she tries to hurry off and looking up at her with tears in her eyes until she gets her way. That's just what you look like, you know. You have something to tell to the Myrmidons or myself. Bad news from back home. Last I heard, Minotius, your father, and Peleus, mine, were still alive and well. Their deaths would indeed give us cause to grieve. Or are you broken-hearted because some Greeks are being beaten dead beside our ships? They had it coming. Out with it, Patroclus. Don't try to hide. I have a right to know. And with a deep groan you said to him, Patroclus, Achilles, great as you are, don't be vengeful. They're dying out there. All of us, our best, who you used to be our best. They've all been hit and are lying wounded in camp. Diomedes is out, and Odysseus, a good man with a spear. Even Agamemnon has taken a hit. Eurypylus, too, an arrow in his thigh. The medics are working on them right now, stitching up their wounds, but you are incurable, Achilles. God forbid I ever feel the spite you nurse in your heart, you and your damned honor. What good will it do future generations if you let us go down to this defeat in cold blood? Peleus was never your father, or Thetis your mother. No, the gray sea spat you out on the crags in the surf with an icy scab for your soul. What is it? If some secret your mother has learned from Zeus is holding you back, at least send me out. Let me lead a troop let me lead a troop of Myrmidons and light the way for our army, and let me wear your armor. If the Trojans think I am you, they'll back off and give the Greeks some breathing space. What little there is in war, our rested men will turn them with a shout and push them back from our ships to Troy. That's how Patroclus, like a child begging for a toy, begged for death, and Achilles, angry and deeply troubled. Ah, my noble friend, what a thing to say! No, I'm not on any divine secret, nor has my mother told me anything from Zeus. But I take it hard when someone in power uses his authority to rob his equal and strip him of his honor. I take it hard. The girl the Greeks chose to be my prize after I demolished a walled city to get her, Lord Agamemnon, son of Atreus, just took from my hands as if I were some tramp. But we'll let that be. I never meant to hold my grudge forever, but I did say I would not relent from my anger until the noise of battle lapped at my own ship's holes. So it's on your shoulders now. Wear my armor and lead our Myrmidons into battle. If it is true that a dark cloud of Trojans has settled in over the ships and the Greeks are hemmed in on a narrow strip of beach, the Trojans have become cocky, the whole city, because they do not see my helmeted face flaring close by. They would retreat so fast they would clog the ditches with their dead if Lord Agamemnon knew how to respect me. As it is, they have brought the war to our camp, so Diomedes is out, eh? It was his inspired spear work that kept the Trojans at arm's length. And I haven't been hearing Agamemnon's battle cry as much as I hate the throat it comes from. Only Hector's murderous shout breaking like the sea over the Trojans, urging them on. The whole plain is filled with their whooping as they rout the Greeks. Hit them hard, Patroclus, before they burn the ships and leave us stranded here. But before you go, listen carefully to every word I say. Win me my honor, my glory, and my honor from all the Greeks. And as their restitution, the girl braces and many other gifts. But once you've driven the Trojans from the ships, you come back, no matter how much Hera's thundering husband lets you win. Any success,
you have against the Trojans will be at the expense of my honor. And if you get so carried away with killing the Trojans that you press on to Troy, one of the immortals may intervene. Apollo, for one, loves them dearly. So once you have made some daylight for the ships, you come back where you belong. The others can fight it out on the plain. O Patroclus, I wish to Father Zeus and to Athena and Apollo that all of them, Greeks and Trojans alike, every last man on Troy's dusty plain, were dead, and only you and I were left, terribly on down, stone by sacred stone. And while they talked, Ajax retreated. Zeus saw to it that everything the Trojans threw at Ajax hit him, and his helmet tickered and rang from all the metal points, its bronze deflected from its temples and cheeks. His left arm was sore from holding up his shield, but the Trojans could not, for all their pressure, force it aside. Gulping in air pouring down his limbs, he could scarcely breathe and had now here to turn. Tell me now, muses, who dwell on Olympus, how fire first fell on the Achaean ships. It was Hector who forced his way to Ajax's side, and with his heavy sword lopped through the ashwood shaft of his spear at the socket's base, sending the bronze point clanging onto the ground far behind him, and leaving in Ajax's hands a blunted stick. Ajax knew that this was the work of the gods, that Zeus had cancelled Ajax's battle plans, and planned instead a Trojan victory. No one could blame him for getting out of range, and when he did, the Trojans threw their firebrands onto the ship, and she went up in flames. Achilles slapped his thighs and said, Hurry, Patroclus, I see fire from the ships. Don't let them take the fleet and cut off our escape. Put on the armor while I gather the troops. And so Patroclus armed, putting on the bronze metalwork tailored to the body of Argus' swift grandson, the greaves trimmed with silver, and at the ankles the corslet sprang with stars, the silver-studded sword, the massive shield, the crested helmet that made every knot a threat. He took 2 spears of the proper heft, but left behind the massive battle pike of Argus' incomparable grandson. No one but Achilles could handle the spear made of ash, which the centaur Chiron had brought down from Mount Pelion and given to Achilles' father to be the death of heroes. Patroclus left the horse to Automedon, the warrior he trusted most after Achilles, to be at his side in the crush of battle. Automedon led beneath the yoke the wind-swift horses, Xanthus and Balius, immortal horses the gods gave to Peleus when he married silver Thertes. The happy Polygar had conceived them when the west wind blew through her as she grazed in a meadow near ocean stream. At Trace horse Automedons brought up Parthausus, whom Achilles had acquired in the raid on Erchion city. The faultless animal, though mortal, kept pace with immortal horses. Achilles toured the rows of huts that composed the Myrmidons' camp and saw to it the men got armed. Think of wolves ravenous for meat. It is impossible to describe their savage strength in the hunt, but after they have killed an antlered stag up in the hills and torn it apart, they come down with gore on their jaws and in a pack go to lap the black surface water in a pool fed by dark spring. And as they drink, crimson curls float off from their slender tongues, but their hearts are still and their bellies gorged. So too the Myrmidons' commanders, flanking Achilles' splendid chariot, and in their midst stood Achilles himself, urging on the horses and the men. Achilles had brought 50 ships to Troy. Each ship held 50 men, and the entire force was divided into 5 battalions, whose 5 commanders answered to Achilles. Mentheus led the first battalion. His mother, Polydore, a daughter of Peleus, had lain with the river god Spartarius, whose sky swollen waters engendered the child. His normal father was a man called Boros, who gave many gifts to Mary Polydore. The second battalion was led by Eodoros, Palomares' bastard son. This woman once caught Hermes' eye as she danced in Artemis' choir, and the god later went up to her bedroom and slept with her. The son she bore shone like silver in mantle. After childbirth, Actor's son Achilles led her to his house in marriage, and her father Pholus kept the boy and brought him up as if he were his own. Pisander led the third contingent. He was, next to Patroclus, the best of all the Myrmidons with a spear. The old Phoenix led the fourth contingent, and Archimer, Lars's son, the fifth. When Achilles had the troops assembled by battalions, he spoke to them bluntly. Myrmidons, I would not have a man among you forget the threats you have been issuing against the Trojans from the safety of our camp. While I was in my rage, all this time you've been calling me the hard-boiled son of Peleus and saying to my face that my mother must have weaned me on gall, or I wouldn't keep my friends from battle, that together with hints you'd sail back home if all I was going to do was sit and sulk. Now, however, that there is a major battle to hold your interest, I hope that each of you remembers what it means to fight. The speech steeled their spirit. The Myrmidons closed ranks until there was no more spaces between them. Then between the stones, a mason sets in the wall of a high house when he wants to seal it from the wind. Helmet on helmet, shield overlapping shield, man on man, so close the horsehair plumes on their bright crests rubbed each other as their heads bobbed up and down, and in front of them all, two men with one heart, Patroclus and Automaton, made their final preparations to lead the Myrmidons into war. But Achilles went back to his hut and opened the lid of a beautiful carved chest of his mother Thetis had put aboard his ship when he sailed for Troy, filled with tunics and cloaks and wooden rugs. And in two was a chalice that no one else ever drank from, and that he alone used for libation to no other god but Zeus. This chalice he now took from the chest, purified it with sulfur crystals, washed it with clear water, then cleansed his hands and filled it with bright red wine. And then he prayed standing in his courtyard, pouring out the wine as he looked up to heaven. As he prayed, Zeus in his thunderhead listened. Lord Zeus, god of the Dorna, Persergean god, who dwells afar in the snows of Dordorna, with your barefoot priests who sleep on the ground around your sacred oak, as you have heard my prayer before, and did honor me and smite the Achaeans, so now to fulfill my prayer, as I wait in the muster of the ships and send my Patroclus into battle with my men, send forth glory with him. Make bold the heart in his breast, so that Hector will see that my comrade knows how to fight and win without me. And when he has driven the noise of battle away from our ships, may he come back to me unharmed with all his weapons and men. Zeus in his wisdom heard Achilles' prayer and granted half of it. Yes, Patroclus would drive the Trojans back from the ships, but he would not return from the battle unharmed. Achilles placed the chalice back in the chest and stood outside his hut. He still longed to see the grim struggle on Troy's wind-swept plain. The Myrmidons under Patroclus filed out and swarmed up to the Trojans. Boys will sometimes disturb a hornet's nest by the roadside, jabbing at it and infuriating the hive, the little fools, until the insects become a menace to all and attack any traveler who happens by, swarming out in defense of their brood. So too the Myrmidons. Patroclus called them over their shouts. Remember whose men you are, and for whose honor you are fighting, and fight so that even wide-ruling Agamemnon will recognize his blind folly in not honoring the best of the Achaeans. For Achilles! This raised their spirits even higher. They were all over the Trojans, and the ship's hulls reverberated with the sounds of their battle cries. The Trojans, when they saw Patroclus gleaming in his armor, fell apart, convinced that Achilles had come out at last, his wrath renounced and solidarity restored. Each of them looked for a way to save his skin. Patroclus' spears shout out like stabbing light to where the Trojans were clustered around the stern of Prostalia's ship and hit a certain chariot commander named Paracmes, a Paeonian who had led a contingent of chariots from the Arxius River and Arnadon. He went down now, groaning in the dust with Patroclus' spear in his right shoulder, having lost their leader and best fighter. The Paeonians panicked, and Patroclus drove them from the ships and doused the fire. The half-burned ship was left there. The Trojans, frantic and screaming, were on the run, and the Greeks poured in with an answering roar. Zeus will at times rain in his lightning and remove a dense cloud from a mountaintop, and all the crests and headlands and high glades break into view, and brightness falls from the air. The Greeks had repelled the enemy fire from the ships and could catch their breath, but only for a while. The battle was not over. The Trojans had withdrawn from the black ships, but were not giving up. They had taken a stand and would have to be pushed back by force. The fighting was scattered at first as heroes killed each other in individual combat. Menoetius' brave son struck first, hitting Agargius in the thigh just as he turned. The bronze sheared through the flesh and shattered the bone. He pitched forward into the dirt. Then the warrior Menelaus drove his spear into Thoas' chest, where it was unprotected by his shield. As Thoas sagged to the earth, Peleus' son was watching Agargius bear down on him, but beat him to the punch, getting his spear into the thick muscle at the base of his thigh. The point skewered the sinews and split them, and Amphilochus blacked out. Then Nestor's son Antilochus sliced into Artamenes' flank with his bronze spear and drove it through, sending him sprawling. Maris wasted no time getting his spear between Antilochus and his brother's corpse, but Thrasymedes, another of Nestor's sons, was even quicker. Thrasymedes' spear will cut through Maris' arm where it joined the shoulder, neatly flaying the muscle off and crushing the bone. He fell heavily, eyes leaning into the dark. So these two brothers, killed by brothers, entered the undergloom, comrades of Sarpedon, spearmen, sons of Mesoardaros, who had reared the raging chimera, and evil for many. In the confusion, Oleon Ajax jumped, Cleobulus taking the live, and in the same instant ending his life with a sword stroke to the neck. The blade ran warm with blood up to the hilt, and death's haze lay heavy on his eyes. Peneleos and Larcon both cast, both missed, both drew their swords and charged each other. Lycon's sword landed hard on Peneleos' helmet, but the heavy crest shattered the blade to the hilt. Peneleos' sword caught Lycon under the ear and sliced through the neck, leaving only a ribbon of skin from which the head dangled. Lycon collapsed in a heap. Meanwhile, Meriones, sprinting hard, caught up to the Archidamus as he was mounting his chariot and nailed him in his right shoulder. He fell from the ring, and mist poured over his eyes, and Arminius plugged Aramus' mouth with cool bronze, the spear point passing beneath the brain pan, shattering all the bones. His teeth rattled out, his eyes filled with blood, and he spurted blood out through his nostrils and gaping mouth until death's black nimbus enveloped him. In this way, each Greek leader took out his man. Wolves will unerringly pick off lambs or kids that have become separated from the flock through the shepherd's lack of attention. The marauding predators making swift havoc of the defenseless young animals. So too the Greeks had their way with the Trojans, whose only tactic now was dishonorable fight. All this time, big Ajax was trying to get a shot off at Hector, who, knowing the ways of war, kept his shoulders under his oxhide shield and listened for the whistling of arrows and thuds of spears. He knew the fight was not going his way, but he held his ground and tried to save his friends. A cloud detaches itself from Olympus and moves across the clear blue sky when Zeus is about to unleash a storm. The rout from the ships had begun, and in no good order. Hector's horses got him across the trench, but he left his army behind it. The Trojans drove team after team into the trench only to see the horses break their poles, struggle free, and leave their lords stranded in their chariots. Patroclus called his men in for the kill. The Trojans were screaming and running in every direction, while a cloud of dust rose high over their horses as they left the ships behind and strained for the city. Patroclus drove his chariot to whatever the routed Trojans were thickest, shouting as he plowed over broken chariots and the drivers who fell beneath his wheels. The horses the gods had given to Peleus jumped the trench in one immortal leap, and Patroclus steered them after Hector, at whose back he longed to plant his spear, but Hector's horses had got too big a lead. When the storm finally breaks on a day during harvest, the black earth is soaked until it can hold no more, and still the rain comes down in sheets as Zeus's judgment on men who governs by violence and drive justice out with their crooked verdicts, as if they have never heard of an angry God. All the rivers flood their banks, and every hill is rutted with torrents that feeds the rivers, and down from the mountains the waters roar and sweep men's tillage into the shining sea. The Trojan mares were thundering down the plain. Patroclus let them go, but when he had cut off the foremost battalions, he hemmed them back toward the ships, blocking their frantic retreat toward the city and into space defined by ships, the river, and Troy's high wall. He made them pay in blood. Pronos was first, Patroclus' spear hitting him like searing light where his shield left part of his chest exposed. His limbs were unstrung and he fell with a thud. Thestor, son of Enops, was next, crouching in his false chariot basket, out of his mind with terror. The reins slacked and trailing out of his hands. Patroclus eased up alongside him and shattered his right jaw, with his spear driving the point through his teeth, and then gripping the shaft levered him up and over his chariot rail, the way a man sitting on a jutting rock with a fishing rod flips a flounder he is hooked out of the sea. So Thestor was prized, gaping from his chariot and left flat on his face. His soul crawled off. Arlaus Patroclus got with a stone as he charged, crushing helmet and skull. Death sifted around him as he pitched to the earth, and in quick succession Patroclus killed Ernimas, Amphitrus, Epaltes, Archurus, Paros, Theopromus, son of Damastor, Apharus, Arpius, and Polymelius, Argea's son, making Troy's rich earth fat with their blood. Sarpedon saw his comrades running with their tunics flapping loose around their waists and being swatted down like flies by Patroclus. He called out, appealing to their sense of shame. Why this sudden burst of speed, Lycian heroes? Slow down a little while I make the acquaintance of this new nuance of a Greek who seems by now to have hamstrung half the Trojan army. And he stepped down from his chariot in his bronze as Patroclus, seeing him step down from his. High above a cliff, vultures are screaming in the air as they savage each other's crawls with their hooked beaks and talons. And higher still, Zeus watched with pity as the two heroes closed and said to his wife Hera, who is his sister too, Fate has it that Sarpedon, whom I love more than any man, is to be killed by Patroclus. Shall I take him out of the battle while he still lives and set him down in the rich land of Lycia, or shall I let him die under Patroclus' hands? And Hera has as his lady, her eyes soft and wide. Son of Cronos, what a thing to say! A mortal man whose fate has long been fixed, and you want to save him from rattling death? Do it, but don't expect all of us to approve. Listen to me. If you send Sarpedon home alive, you will have to expect other gods to do the same and save their own sons, and there are many of them in this war around Priam's great city. Think of the resentment you will create. But if you love him and are filled with grief, let him fall in battle at Patroclus' hands, and when his soul and life have left him, Send sleep and death to bear him away to Latvia, where his people will give him burial with mound and stone, as befits the dead. The Father of gods and men agreed reluctantly, but shed drops of blood as rain upon the earth in honor of his own dear son, whom Patroclus was about to kill on Ilion's rich soil, far from his native land. When they were close, Patroclus cast and hit not Prince Sarpedon, but his lieutenant Thrasmelius, a good man, a hard throw, into the pit of his belly. He collapsed in a heap. Sarpedon countered and missed. His right spear sliced instead through the right shoulder of Pardasus, who gave one pained, rasping, whining, then fell in the dust. His spirit fluttered off with a trace horse drowned, and the remaining two struggled in the creaking yoke, tangling the reins. Automaton remedied this by drawing his sword and cutting loose the trace horse. The other two righted themselves and pulled hard at the reins, and the two warriors closed again in mortal combat. Sarpedon cast again another miss. The spear point glinted as it sailed over Patroclus' left shoulder without touching him at all. Patroclus came back, leaning into his throw, and the bronze point caught Sarpedon just below the ribcage. When it protects the beating heart, Sarpedon fell. As a tree falls, oak or poplar or spreading pine, when carpenters cut it down in the forest with their bright axes to be the beam of a ship. And he lay before the horses and chariot, groaning heavily and clawing the bloody dust. Like some tawny spirited bull, a lion is killed in the middle of a shambling herd, groaning as it dies beneath the predator's jaws. Thus beneath Patroclus like and commander struggled in death, and he called his friend. Glaucus, it's time to show what you're made of, and be the warrior you've always been. Heart set on evil war, if you're fast enough, hurry, rally our best to fight for my body. All the Lycian leaders, shame on you, Glaucus, until your dying day. If the Greeks strip my body bare beside their ships, be strong and keep the others going. The end came as he spoke, and death settled on his nostrils and eyes. Patroclus put his heel on Sarpedon's chest and pulled out his spear. The lungs came out with it, and Sarpedon's life. The Myrmidon steadied his snorting horse. They did not want to leave their master's chariot. Glaucus could hardly bear to hear Sarpedon's voice. He was so grieved that he could not save him. He pressed his arm with his hand. His wound tormented him, the wound he got when Teucer shot him with an arrow as he attacked the wall. He prayed to Apollo, Lord of bright distances, hear me, O Lord, whenever you are in Laodicea or Troy, for wherever you hear men in their grief, and grief has come to me. I am wounded, Lord. My arm is on fire, and the blood can't be staunched. My shoulder is so sore I cannot hold a steady spear and fight the enemy. Sarpedon is dead, my lord, and Zeus will not save his own son. Heal my wound and deaden my pain, and give me strength to call the Lycians and urge them on to fight, and do battle myself about the body of my fallen comrade. Then Glaucus' prayer, and Apollo heard him. He stilled his pain and staunched the dark blood that flowed from his wound. Glaucus felt the god's strength pulsing through him. Glad that his prayers were so quickly answered, he rounded up the Lycian leaders and urged them to fight for Sarpedon's body. Then went with long strides to the Trojans, to Polydamas, Agamemnon, and Nereus. Then saw Hector's bronze-strapped face, went up to him and said levelly, Hector, you have abandoned your allies. We have been putting our lives on the line for you, far from our home and loved ones, and you don't care enough to lend us aid. Sarpedon is down, our great warlord, whose word in Laodicea was like his law, killed by Patroclus under Ares' prodding. Some show some pride and fight for his body, or the Myrmidons will strip off the armor and defile his corpse in recompense for all the Greeks we have killed by the ships. This was almost too much for the Trojans. Sarpedon, though a foreigner, had been a mainstay of their city, the leader of a large force and its best fighter. Hector led them straight at the Greeks. For Sarpedon! And Patroclus, seeing them coming, urged on the already eager two Ajaxes, "Let me see you push these Trojans back with everything you've ever had and more. Sarpedon is down. First to breach our wall, he's ours to carve up his body and strip the armor off, and all his little saviors are ours to massacre with cold bronze." They heard this as if hearing their own words. The lines on both sides hardened to steel when Trojans and Lycians, Myrmidons and Greeks began fighting for the corpse, howling and cursing as they threw themselves into the grinding battle. And Zeus stretched hellish night over the armies so they might do their lethal work over his son. The Trojans at first pushed back the Greeks when Arpegaius was hit, Agaricles' son, and this man was far from the worst of the Myrmidons. He once lived in Bordum, but having killed a cousin of his, came as a suppliant to Peleus and silver-footed Thetis, who sent him with Achilles to fight at Troy. He had his hand on the corpse when Hector brought down a stone on his head, splitting his skull in two inside his heavy helmet. He collapsed on Sarpedon's body, and death drifted over him. Patroclus ached for his friend and swooped into the front like a hawk after sparrows. "Yes, Patroclus, and they scattered like birds before your anger for your fallen comrade. Sthenelus Etharmernes, beloved son, never knew what hit him. The stone Patroclus threw severed the tendons at the nape of his neck. The Trojan champions, including Hector, now withdrew about as far as the javelin flies when a man who knows how throws it hard in competition or in mortal combat. The Greeks pressed after them, and Glaucus, the Lycian commander, now wheeled around and killed Bathycles, a native of Hellas and the wealthiest of the Myrmidons. He was just catching up with Glaucus when the Lycian suddenly pivoted on his heel and put his spear straight into Bathycles' chest. He fell hard, and the Greeks winced. A good man was down, much to the pleasure of the Trojans who thronged around his body. But the Greeks took the offensive again, and the Merones killed Laergornus, a priest of the deity Zeus who was himself honored as a god. Merones thrust hard into his jaw just beneath the ear, and he was dead in the hated dark. Aeneas launched his spear at Merones, hoping to hit him as he advanced under cover of his shield, but Merones saw the spear coming and ducked forward, leaving it to punch into the ground and stand there quivering as if Ares had twanged it so it could spend its fury. Aeneas fumed. "That would have been your last dance, Merones, your last dance, if only my spear had hit you." And Merones himself famed for his spear. "Do you think you can kill everyone who comes up against you, Aeneas, and defends himself? You're mortal stuff too. If I got a solid hit on you with my spear, you'd be down in no time. For all your strength, you give me the glory and your life to Hades." Patroclus would have none of this and yelled, "Cut the chatter, Merones. You're a good man, but don't think the Trojans are going to retreat from the corpse because you make fun of them. Use hands in war, words in council. Save your big speeches. We've got fighting to do." And he moved ahead, and Merones, who himself moved like a god in his wake. Woodcutters are working in a distant valley, but the sound of their axes and of trees falling can be heard for miles around in the mountains. The plain of Troy thrummed with the sound of bronze and hide stretched into shields, and of swords and spears knifing into these. Sarpedon's body was indistinguishable from the blood and grime and splintered spears that littered his body from head to foot. But if you have ever seen how flies cluster about the brimming milk pails on a dairy farm in early summer, you will have some idea of the throng around Sarpedon's corpse. And not once did Zeus avert his luminous eyes from the combatants. All this time he looked down at them and pondered when Patroclus should die, whether shining Hector should kill him then and there in the conflict over God like Sarpedon and strip the armor from his body, or whether he should live and destroy even more Trojans. And as he pondered it, it seemed preferable that Achilles' splendid surrogate should once more drive the Trojans and bronze-helmed Hector back to the city and make and take many lives, and Hector felt his blood turn milky, and mounted his chariot, calling it to the others to begin the retreat. That Zeus' scales were tipping, not even the Lycan stayed. Now Osiris began lying at the bottom of a pile of bodies that had fallen upon him in his node of war. The Greeks stripped at last the glowing bronze from Sarpedon's shoulders, and Patroclus gave it to some of his comrades to take back to the ships. Then Zeus turned to Apollo and said, Sun God, take Sarpedon out of range, cleanse his wounds of all the clotted blood, and wash him in the river far away, and anoint him with our holy chrism, and wrap the body in a deathless shroud, and give him over to be taken swiftly by sleep and death to Latia, when his people shall give him burial with mound and stone as befits the dead. And Apollo went down from Ida into the howling dust of war, and cleansed Sarpedon's wounds of all the blood, and washed him in the river far away, and anointed him with holy chrism, and wrapped the body in a deathless shroud, and gave him over to be taken swiftly by sleep and death to Lycia. Patroclus called to his horse and charioteer, and pressed on after the Trojans and Latins, forgetting everything Achilles had said, and mindless of the black fates gathering above. Even then she might have escaped them, Patroclus, but Zeus' mind is stronger than men's, and Zeus now put fury in your heart. Do you remember it, Patroclus? All the Trojans you killed as the gods called you to your death? Adrastus was first, then Aturnus Archicus Pernas, son of Merigas, Ebestor, Melanthus, Elasus, Voluus, and last Palates. And it would have been more, but the others ran back to Troy, which would have fallen that day by Patroclus' hands. But Photobus Apollo had taken his stand on top of Troy's wall. 3 times Patroclus reached the parapet, and 3 times Apollo's fingers flicked against the human shields and pushed him off. But when he came back a 4th time, like a spirit from beyond, Apollo's voice split the daylight in 2. Get that, Patroclus, back where you belong. Troy is fated to fall, but not to you, nor even to Achilles, a better man by far. And Patroclus was off, putting distance between himself and that wrathful voice. Hector had halted his horses at the western gate, and was deciding whether to drive back into battle or call for a retreat within the walls. While he pondered this, Phoebus Apollo came up to him in the guise of Osiris. This man was Hector's uncle on his mother's side, and Apollo looked just like him as he spoke. Why are you out of action, Hector? It's not right. If I were as much stronger than you as I am weaker, you'd pay dearly for withdrawing from battle. Get in that chariot and go after Patroclus. Who knows, Apollo may give you the glory. Hector commanded Cerbrenus, his charioteer, to whip the horses into battle. Apollo melted into the throng, a god into the toil of men. The Greeks felt a sudden chill, while Hector and the Trojans felt their spirits lift. Hector was not interested in other Greeks. He drove through them and straight for Patroclus, who leapt down from his own chariot, with a spear in one hand, and in the other a jagged piece of granite he had scooped up. And now, cupped in his palm, he got set, and without more than a moment of awe for who his opponent was, hurled the stone. The throw was not wasted. He hit Hector's charioteer, Cerbrenus, Priam's bastard son, as he stood there holding the reins. The sharp stone caught him right in the forehead, smashing his brows together and shattering the skull, so that his eyeballs spurted out and dropped into the dirt before his feet. He flipped backwards from the chariot like a diver, and his soul dribbled away from his bones. And you, Patroclus, you, my horseman, mocked him. What a spring the man has. Nice dive. Think of the oysters he could come up with if he were out at sea, jumping off the boat in all sorts of weather, to judge by the dive he just took from his chariot onto the plain. And with that he rushed at the fallen warrior like a lion who has been wounded in the chest, as he ravages a farmstead and his own valor destroys him. Yes, Patroclus, that is how you leapt upon Cerbrenus. Hector bolted from his chariot, and the 2 of them fought over Cerbrenus,
like a pair of lions fighting over a slain deer in their high mountains, both of them ravenous, both high of heart, very much like these two human heroes hacking at each other over with bronze. Hector had held Sabrona's head and would not let go. Patroclus had hold of a foot, and around them Greeks and Trojans squared off and fought. Winds sometimes rise in a deep mountain wood from different directions, and the trees, beech, ash, and cornelian cherry, batter each other over with their long tapered branches, and you could hear the sound from a long way off, the unnerving splintering of hardwood limbs. The Trojans and Greeks collided and battle on either side thought of yielding ground. Around Sailbronis many spears were struck, many arrows flew singing from the stream. Many stones studded onto shields of men fighting around him. But there he lay in the whirling dust, one of the great, forgetful of his horsemanship. While the sun still straddled the heaven's meridian, soldiers on both sides were hit and fell. But when the sun moved down the sky and men all over the earth were unyoking their oxen, the Greek success exceeded their destiny. They pulled Cerbronus from the Trojan lines and out of range and stripped his armor, and then Patroclus unleashed himself. 3 times he charged into the Trojan ranks with raw power of Ares, yelling coldly, and on each charge he killed 9 men. But when you made your fourth demonic charge, then did you feel it, Patroclus, out of the midst, your death coming to meet you? It was Apollo whom you did not see in the thick of battle, standing before you, and the flat of his hand frowned the space between your shoulder blades. The sky's blue disk went spinning in your eyes as Achilles' helmet rang beneath the horse's hooves and rolled in the dust. No, that couldn't be right. Those handsome horsehair plumes grimed with blood, the gods would never let that happen in the helmet that had protected the head and graceful brow of divine Achilles. But the gods didn't let it happen, and Zeus would now give the helmet to Hector, whose own death was not far off. Nothing was left of Patroclus' heavy battle spear but splintered wood. His tasseled shield and baldric fell to the ground, and Apollo, prince of the sky, split loose his breastplate, and he stood there naked, astounded, his silvery limbs floating away, until one of the Trojans slipped up behind him and put a spear through a boy named Euphroebus, the best his age with a spear mounted or on foot. He had already distinguished himself in this war by knocking 20 warriors out of their cars the first time he went out for the chariot lessons. It was this boy who took his chance at you, Patroclus, but instead of finishing you off, he pulled his spear out and ran back where he belonged, unwilling to face even an unarmed Patroclus, who staggered back toward his comrades, still alive, but overcome by God's stroke and the spear. Hector was watching this, and when he saw Patroclus withdrawing with a wound, he muscled his way through to him, and rammed his spearhead into the pit of his belly, and all the way through. Patroclus fell heavily. You could hear the Greeks wince. A boar does not wear out easily, but a lion will overpower it when the two face off over a trickling spring up to the mountains they both want to drink from. The boar pants hard, but the lion comes out on top. So too did Hector, whose spear was draining the life of Minotaur's son, who had himself killed many. His words beat down on Patroclus like dark wings. So, Patroclus, you thought you could ransack my city and ship our women back to Greece to be your slaves? You little fool, they are defended by me, by Hector, by my horses and my spear. I am the one, Troy's best, who keeps their doom at bay. But you, Patroclus, the vultures will eat you. On this very spot, your marvelous Achilles has done you no good at all. I can just see it. Him sitting in his tent and telling you as you left, don't bother coming back to the ships, Patroclus, until you have ripped Hector's heart out through his bloody shirt. That's what he said, isn't it? And you were stupid enough to listen. And Patroclus, barely able to shake the words out,
Brag while you can, Hector. Zeus and Apollo have given you an easy victory this time. If they hadn't knocked off my armor, I could have made mincemeat of 20 like you. It was fate and Leto's son who killed me. Of men, Eurobos, who you came in third at best, and one more thing for you to think over. You're not going to live long. I see death standing at your shoulder, and you're going down under the hands of Peleus' perfect son. Death's veil covered him as he had said these things, and his soul, bound for Hades, fluttered out, resentfully forsaking manhood's bloom. He was dead when Hector said to him, "Why prophesy my death, Patroclus? Who knows, Achilles, son of Thetis, may go down first under my spear." And propping his heel against the body, he extracted his bronze spear and took off after Automaton. But Automaton was gone, pulled by immortal horses, the splendid gifts the gods once gave to Peleus.
It's pretty amazing. Back then, they were very much aware that the gods existed and the gods gave favor. Very much aware that the spirits were real. It describes how Apollo walked out to Hector, spoke to him, and said, why don't you return to battle? You could win the day, Like, just a normal person. Seemingly enough. A temple, a place of worship. Place of offerings. I'd say it's pretty interesting. When I see temples, I see they're putting their history. I see that they've made connection with one of these divine embodiments. They went within to understand themselves, looked on the out. Absolutely right, we should believe in something. Does anybody have any good questions? Let's pull a couple of cards, shall we? Maybe not. Today we started talking about the mother as the matriarch of matter, the divine mother as the encoded framework of how to access creator mode of your life. That's where it's at. How do you live your life truly without the thoughts imposed upon others? It's to train oneself every single day to be aware that in my mind isn't going to stop. It isn't going to stop until one day, perhaps a miraculous day, where the world does advance and change and move forward. Though until that wonderful day comes, the more that we can learn about Mahat, divine justice, divine law and order, and live it in our lives as much as possible is the effect, the vibrational, the frequency effect that we have upon our environment. And that positivity is strong, that love is powerful, and it is changing our world every day. It is having an impact upon what the greater powers of, those controllers are having upon the world. But truly to be free, to get back to the unconditioned, authentic self that is within, to be able to play as a child and not worry about what somebody's going to think. There are many people living their life to the fullest. They are exploring, they are biking, they are sports, activity, all sorts of things. A good social life. I'm talking about Mahat. As a goddess of justice and order, Mahat organizes the chaos brought by Set and ensures its timely return whenever disruptions have altered the natural order. Ironically, the structure that Mahat embodies is the adaptable, free-flowing matrix of nature. This is her most important role, and universal justice is dispensed by her when mortal laws have been circumvented. This Netra is also associated with astrology and divinatory arts. In the sky, she sits at the prow of the sun bark to ensure that it will stay on course of the Merten, the ecliptical path of the sun. As the material aspect of Shahuti, she translates divine ideas and is therefore consulted as intermediary to the gods when the answer to a question is sought or advice is required. Now, this has a principle in which is order. Mahat's dynamic energy is quickly reorganized as conditions that have become seriously disrupted or out of objective control. She also ensures the orderly progress of long range plans, including building, commerce, and education. In function, she is structure. This Netar brings fair judgment in legal cases and new rules and approaches to seemingly unsolvable situations. However, one must be willing to work with the structure that arises from her response. It may not be the conventional solution, but it will normalize the situation expediently. She is also the celestial tutor and assists in understanding complex issues and ideas. Potential. Think big for your future. Think big for the future of the world. So much that can be reached and attained with an inquisitive heart that is full of innocence and seeking to learn. To truly avoid illusion and embrace truth. What is truth and what is illusion? Truly, I look before my life when I see the world and I see the illusion is very evident. A 9 to 5, something set on some type of mechanical process in which a human is not able to be free, free in thought, free in life, free to do what they want, because for some reason, as I've mentioned before, somewhere in people's minds they think that an opinion has become law and thus judges and dictates their entire course of life, when truly you are free to do as you do, to wear the clothes or the items that you would like, to dress up as you so desire. Another card that popped up was Ancient Power Mysteries. It says, hear the rattle of Allset, the Divine Mother, playing. When the Lady Allset initiates a beloved into her ancient mysteries, life can become quite interesting. An initiate of Allset does not just learn new ideas as a student, though is thrown into the experience of the mysteries in real day-to-day living, so that they may be truly mastered in our lives and then utilized in service to help the lives of others too, so that one day all beings will be healed and whole according to the will of the Divine Feminine. The rattle of Allset initiates us into the mysteries of sound, healing, and creation through vibration. If we listen carefully with our inner ear, we can hear the sounds of the universe alive. We can sense and hear with our inner ear the movement of planets, the beating of the heart of Mother Earth, and the music of the goddess, guiding us through sound, helping our souls to dance and move and our lives to heal. You're guided to use words that reflect the experience you would like to create in your life. It may involve shifting how you speak, for example. Rather than focusing on struggle or what is not working, focusing on signs of life and healing that you experience. This may also include using chant, incantation, and prayer. It may also involve singing or playing a musical instrument or using sound for healing through the voice or another instrument, such as crystal bowls, rattles, keyboard, or string or wood instruments, and letting the sound move you. You may use the healing for yourself, but if you are a healer, this oracle can guide you to explore this in your healing with others. The oracle guides you to honor the power of your voice, whether through spoken or sung words, and in what you write, speak about, or stand for symbolically too. You have a potentially very powerful healing voice, and you are guided to recognize the responsibility that you have for what you proclaim through your voice. Is it acknowledgement of freedom, respect, and love for others? Do you use your powerful speech with wisdom and kindness in order to help you master ancient mysteries of the system? Use your beautiful voice with spiritual responsibility and wisdom. You will also need to acknowledge where you have used your power to manipulate others, to get your own way, or failed to be respectful. Forgive yourself aloud and ask for forgiveness in person or spiritually if doing so in person is not possible or appropriate. Often initiates don't realize where they are not conscious until thrown into initiation, which helps us become more aware and grow. It can be confronting to become aware of issues that need healing within us that we had no prior awareness of, and it can be tempting to criticize others or ourselves. It can be tempting to criticize ourselves. Choose not to do so. Be kind to yourself. We are all learning. Allow Lady Allset, the Divine Mother, to help you find your way through to wise use of the power of sound. What you will learn through the initiation of the system is an understanding that your words are powerful and create resonances. You will become able to create divine sound through music and speech for clearing, creating, and manifestation. As you do so, your power to generate consciously cultivated higher frequencies will grow, and you will feel more masterful in managing your moods and the energy of your environment. You can manage karmic responsibility for what you create through the spiritual intention to be of service and healing. Then we all benefit from that growth. Remember, just as your body may naturally wish to dance when you hear a wonderful piece of music with your physical ears, so too when the inner ear of the soul hears the cosmic tune of the Divine Mother urging growth, healing, and greater joy in the soul wishes to move and our lives change. If this is happening for you already and you are feeling the onset of perhaps quite deep upheaval and change, know that it's part of your initiation into the ancient power mysteries and your soul is dancing. Trust in the flow, work with your words to bring yourself into alignment with your soul, remembering that the soul resonates with love, bliss, abundance, peace, joy, and connection with all that is. Focus on these kinds of energies, and your words will help you align with your soul and genuinely feel the peace beneath the changes you are experiencing in your life. The Wolf and the Seven Little Kids. There was once upon a time an old goat who had seven little kids and loved them with all the love of a mother of her children. One day she wanted to go into the forest and fetch some food, so she called all seven to her and said, "Dear children, I have to go into the forest. Be on your guard against the wolf. If he comes in, he will devour you all, skin, hair, and all. The wretch often disguises himself, but you will know him at once by his rough voice and his black feet." The kids said, "Dear mother, we will take good care of ourselves. You may go away without any anxiety." Then the old one bleated, went on her way with an easy mind. It was not long before someone knocked at the house door and called, "Open the door, dear children, your mother is here, and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the little kids knew that it was the wolf by the rough voice. "We will not open the door," cried they. "Thou art not our mother. She has a soft, pleasant voice, but thy voice is rough. Thou art the wolf." Then the wolf went away to a shopkeeper and brought himself a great lump of chalk, ate this, and made his voice soft with it. Then he came back, knocked at the door of the house, and cried, "Open the door, dear children. Your mother is here and has brought something back with her for each of you." But the wolf had laid his black paws against the window, and the children saw them and cried, "We will not open the door, for our mother is not black feet like thee. Thou art the wolf." Then the wolf ran to a baker and said, "I have hurt my feet. Rub some dough over them for me." And when the baker had rubbed his feet over, he ran to the miller and said, "Strew some white meal over my feet for me." The miller thought to himself, "The wolf wants to deceive someone," and refused. But the wolf said, "If thou wilt not do it, I will devour thee." Then the miller was afraid and made his paws white for him. Truly, men are like that. Now so much the wretch went for the third time to the house door, knocked at it, and said, "Open the door for me, children. Your dear little mother has come home, and has brought each one of you something back from the forest with her." The little kids cried, "First show us thy paws, that we may know if thou art our dear little mother." Then he put his paws in through the window, and when the kids saw that they were white, they believed that all that he said was true. That all that was said was true, and opened the door. But who should come in but the wolf? They were terrified and wanted to hide themselves. One sprang under the table, the second into the bed, and the third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, and the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth into the washing bowl, and the seventh into the clock case. But the wolf found them, and used no great ceremony. One after the other he swallowed them down his throat. The youngest, who was in the clock case, was the only one who did not find. When the wolf had satisfied his appetite, he took himself off, laid himself down under a tree in the green meadow outside, and began to sleep. Soon afterwards the old goat came home again from the forest. Ah, what a sight she saw there! The house door stood wide open. The two table chairs, the benches were thrown down as well. The washing bowl lay broken to pieces, and the quilts and pillows were pulled off the bed. She sought her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called them one after another by name, but no one answered. At last, when she came to the youngest, a soft voice cried, "Dear mother, I am in the clock case." She took the kid out and told her that the wolf had come and had eaten all of the others. Then you may imagine how she wept over her poor children. At length, in her grief, she went out, and the youngest kid ran with her. When they came to the meadow, there lay the wolf by the tree and snored so loud that the branches shook. She looked at him on every side and saw that something was moving and struggling in his gorged belly. "Ah, heavens!"
said she. Is it possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can be still alive? Then the kid had to run home and fetch scissors and a needle and thread, and the goat cut open the monster's stomach. And hardly had she made one cut than one little kid thrust its head out, and when she cut farther, all six sprang out one after the other, and were all still alive, and had suffered no injury whatsoever, for in his greediness the monster had swallowed them down whole. What rejoicing there was! They embraced their dear mother and jumped like a sailor at his wedding. The mother, however, said, "Now go and look for some big stones, and we will fill the wicked beast's stomach with them while he's still asleep." Then the seven kids dragged the stones thither with all speed, and put as many of them into his stomach as they could get. And the mother sewed him up again in the greatest haste, so that he was not aware of anything, and never once stirred. When the wolf at length had his sleep out, he got on his legs, and as the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty, he wanted to go to a well to drink. But when he began to walk and move about, the stones in his stomach knocked against each other and rattled. And then he cried, "What rumbles and tumbles against my poor bones? I thought 'twas six kids, but it's not but big stones." And when he got to the well, he stooped over the water and was just about to drink. The heavy stones made him fall in, and there was no help, but he had to drown miserably. When the seven kids saw that, they came running to the spot and cried aloud, "The wolf is dead! The wolf is dead!" and danced for joy round about the well with their mother. It'd be doing a shame if we left out Cicero today. The distribution of money then can be justified on grounds of necessity or utility. But even when one of these conditions is present, moderation still remains the wisest policy. Lucius Philippus Quintus, very able and eminent son, used to boast that without paying for any entertainments at all, he had succeeded in reaching every one of his highest positions in the official career. Cora used to say the same, and Curio as well. I too can make a similar claim, or at least to some extent. I was unanimously elected to the successive offices of state
at the earliest permissible age, a thing which none of the other people I have just been speaking about had ever achieved, and in proportion to the magnitude of these distinctions, my outlay when I was outable had been far from extravagant. There is a special justification for distributions of money when these sums are devoted to the defrayal of constructions of national importance, walls, dockyards, harbors, aqueducts, and so on. It is true that greater immediate pleasure is provided by actual cash handouts, but the other sort of outlay produces more abundant gratitude in the long run. As for theaters, porticos, new temples, and other buildings of that kind, I feel some diffidence about criticizing such projects out of respect for Pompeius, who was so active in this respect. All the same, the most distinguished philosophers do not approve of public works of such a kind. Panatheus, for example, did not care for them, and he is the man whom I have followed a good deal in this work, short of actually translating what he says. Demetrius of Phalum, too, felt the same because for censored, the most important of all the Greeks, Pericles for throwing away such huge sums of money on the famous Proclea, but this is a subject which I have discussed exhaustively in my work on the state. One might sum up by concluding that all expenditure under this heading is intrinsically undesirable, but that there are times when it is necessarily all the same. In such circumstances, however, the outlay should always be adjusted according to the means of the donor, and the principle of moderation should never be lost sight of. Let us now turn to the second category of laudagus, the kind which is prompted by a desire to be generous. Here again we have to examine different recipients on their merits. The case of a man who is overwhelmed by disaster must be distinguished from the position of someone who has suffered no calamity, but merely desires to better themselves. Liberality should prefer to direct itself towards the former category, the victims of misfortune, unless they should happen to have deserved their troubles. As for the others, the men who are looking for assistance are not as a relief for hardship, but to further their own careers. Now, I'm not saying that we should withhold our support from them altogether, but we must exercise careful judgment in choosing whom we are going to help. And Lewis was absolutely right when he said, "Good deeds, if badly placed, become bad deeds." The man who grants a favor will be rewarded not only by the recipient's goodwill, provided that he is both deserving and suitably grateful, but by other people as well. Nothing wins so much gratitude and enthusiasm as generosity applied with discrimination, because kindness in a leading man seems like a sort of sanctuary to which everyone feels he himself may eventually want to turn. Every effort must therefore be made to include as many people as possible among our beneficiaries, and then the memory of what we have done will be handed down to their children and children's children, so that even they are still going to remember the donor appreciatively. For ingratitude is hated by everyone, and indeed it is taken as a personal injury by all and sundry, because it suggests that one is not going to be generously treated oneself. A person who behaves ungratefully, that is to say, is regarded as the common foe of all who are in need. Another form of assistance that one may be called upon to furnish is the provision of a ransom for prisoners of war. This is not only a kindness to the prisoners themselves, but a patriotic service as well. And the same applies to improving the financial situation of people below the poverty line. One of the speeches of Lucius Crassus gave details of the help that Roman senators were at one time accustomed to give to the poor. In my opinion, private charity of this type is greatly preferable to lavish expenditure on public entertainments. Gifts of the former kind are what one would expect from serious minded, high principled men, whereas extravagant shows are typical of the sort of people who make a practice of flattering the public and like to tickle their frivolous instincts by holding out tempting allurements. But there are other praiseworthy causes of action besides generous giving. For example, it is important to be lenient in the demands one makes upon others. In any end, every business transaction, whether it be buying or selling, or hiring and letting, or relationships between neighbors, or matters relating to the boundaries between properties, a man must be fair and reasonable, prepared to concede their own rights to a substantial extent, ready to avoid litigation as far as he feels he justifiably can, and even a little more indeed. There are times when concessions of this kind are not only generous to others, but actually, in the long run, profitable to oneself. We should care for our own property. Certainly, it is discreditable to let it slip through our fingers, but we must take these measures in such a way that not the slightest suspicion of meanness or greed enters into the matter. For although the very best possible way to use one's money is to spend it on generous actions, it is necessary to stop short of actually giving one's paternal estate away free of charge. Another virtue which Theophrastus commanded was hospitality. I agree with him entirely. It was an admirable thing that eminent men should throw their homes open to eminent guests, and it is to the national advantage when visitors from abroad receive this form of generosity in our city. Besides, any man pursuing reputable ambitions is well advised to seek influence and goodwill among foreign communities by extending hospitality to their citizens who are visiting Rome. Theophrastus, writers of the special case of seamen who used to provide this kind of entertainment for the Lassians, the people of his own constituency. If any Lassian should happen to call at his country home, he directed that every facility should be extended to him, and the bailiffs were given instructions accordingly. Generous actions consisting not of cash gifts but of personal services are again of value not only to individuals but to one's country, but as a means of improving one's own position and popularity. It remains true that there is nothing so effective as to defend someone in the courts and provide assistance in that field generally. One of the many excellent customs of our ancestors was their invariably respectful treatment of experts in the interpretation of our excellent law. Until the present time of confusion, leading statesmen concentrated this activity exclusively in their own hands. But now the glory of the profession has been obliterated, like all the other glories of a Roman official career. And this is all the more lamentable because it has happened during the lifetime of a man who equaled any of his predecessors in rank and exceeded the whole lot of them in legal erudition. This sort of service then attracts widespread gratitude and performs the kinds of good turn which places men under an obligation. Closely related to legal ability is the gift of eloquence, which is a more elaborate art and wields an even greater power to attract goodwill, for eloquence is specifically adapted to winning the admiration of one's hearers. It awakens new hope in the destitute and earns profound gratitude from the men whose causes you have pleaded. That is why our forefathers ranked oratory as the highest among all civilian professions. For if a man is a good speaker and prepared to take pains, if they follow the tradition of our ancestors by defending one client after another, without the slightest show of reluctance or demand for compensation, they will have the widest possible opportunities to help their fellow men, and this will mean that they have a host of beneficiaries indebted to them for their services. The subject of oratory prompts me to repeat at this juncture an expression of the sorrow that has been caused me by the current interruption of the entire activity at Rome, or one might almost say its total extinction, and that is a theme which I should be very willing to enlarge upon were I not afraid that if I did, people would suppose I was complaining about my own personal position. All the same, anyone can see how many orators have perished, how few of any promise remain,
how those who possess the slightest talent are a good deal fewer still, and how even those practitioners who do exist include a large proposition whose only quality is aggressiveness, a large proportion of aggressiveness. It is perfectly true in the nature of things that all men, indeed most men, cannot be expert lawyers or eloquent speakers. But even so, it is open to anybody to place many of their fellow citizens in their debt by canvassing when they have standing for offices of state, when they are standing for offices of state, by testifying for them by juries and officials, by keeping a personal eye on their interests, by finding lawyers to advise and defend them. Men who perform services of this kind earn a very substantial amount of gratitude and reap exceedingly important rewards. One further piece of advice is so obvious that it scarcely needs mentioning. When you want to help one group of persons, be careful not to offend another. Avoid the mistake so frequently made of acting to the detriment of any individual whom it is morally wrong to injure. To do such a thing by accident is careless. To do it deliberately is foolhardy. And if inadvertently you do contrive to offend somebody, you should excuse yourself as best you can by explaining why you could not help doing what you did, since there was no alternative, and you should try to make up for the apparent offense by rendering helpful services in the future. In deciding whether to give a man help, we usually take either his character or his financial resources into account. It is easy to say, and most people do say, that in distributing favors, the recipient's character ought to weigh more with donors than his resources. This sounds very good, but does anybody really find it more attractive to help someone who is poor but worthy rather than someone who is wealthy and influential? It must be admitted that we are generally more inclined to offer our assistance to the person who will give us the prompter and speedier return. However, it is advisable to look into this aspect of the question with somewhat greater care. It is true that a man without possessions of his own cannot actually repay our favor in practical terms, but if they are a decent person, they can at least repay us in their heart. As someone aptly remarked, if a man still has money, he has not repaid it. If he has repaid it, he no longer has it. But this does not apply to gratitude, for that is a sentiment which the beneficiary still continues to feel, even if they have repaid the favor itself. And indeed, the very fact that they have the feeling means in itself, in a sense, that the favor has been repaid. However, personages who like to think of themselves as rich and honored and fortunate prefer not to be saddled with the obligation that the acceptance of a service would involve. Indeed, if someone has helped them, even on a considerable scale, they prefer to take the view that they have conferred a favor rather than accepted one, for they are very nervous of some claim being established against them. In the case, they might be expected to give something in return. They would die rather than have it thought that they were like some client beholden to his patron. A poor man, on the other hand, if someone has done him a good turn, is ready to believe this has been done on his own personal account and not because of any assessment of their financial resources. Consequently, they make every effort to show gratitude not merely to the particular person who has earned it, but in general to anyone else from whom he may hope that a similar windfall may be forthcoming in the fortune, because they need as many helpers as they can get. And if they do manage to perform a service in return, far from making the most of it, they will actually minimize the importance of what they have done. Another point that has been considered is the same in the same connection is this. If you speak in defense of some prosperous favorite of fortune, the gratitude you receive will only come from himself, or possibly from his children as well. But if you defend a man who is poor but honest and worthy, every other citizen who is likewise poor and honest, and the population contains a great number of such persons,
will look on you as a solid protection for themselves as well. My conclusion, therefore, is that decent beneficiaries are a better investment than rich ones. Nevertheless, it remains true that the ideal course of action is to oblige people of any and every condition. But should conflict on this point arise, I feel we should do well to follow the advice of Themistocles. Someone asked him whether he ought to give his daughter in marriage to a man who was honest but badly off, or to one who was disreputable but rich. Personally, he replied, I like a man without money better than money without a man. Today, on the other hand, our whole moral attitude is degraded and corrupted by the worship of wealth. Yet, what does it really matter how rich someone is? Perhaps it is of advantage to themselves at least. Sometimes it may not even be that. All the same, let us assume that it is. In other words, he will have more to spend. But does that make him in any way a better man? If his character is sound, certainly his wealth should not be held against him when there is a question of doing him a service, but it should also not be regarded as a special reason for helping him. Our decision should depend not on the extent of his professions, but purely and simply on what sort of man he himself is. But the main rule of deciding when to offer your assistance is this: you should never agree to back a case in which takes the wrong side against the right. For since the root of all lasting reputation and renown is justice, nothing from which justice is absent can conceivably deserve our support. So much then for assistance to individuals. It now remains to discuss services which contribute to the national interest. Some acts in this category are direct towards the entire population, but others also they may benefit the whole country. Again, take form of help, taking in the form of help this, again, take the form of help to this or that individual person. Moreover, the latter type of action produces a larger measure of gratitude than the former. If possible, we should contrive to give our attention to both these subdivisions. But when we offer this sort of service to others, that is to say, with an eye of the national interest, it is important that our intervention should be really and genuinely beneficial to the country as a whole, or at the very least, that what we are doing should not oppose its interests. Take Gaius Gracchus, for instance. He benefited numerous individuals by massive distributions of free gain, yet in doing so he exhausted the national treasury. The modest distributions of Marcus Octavius, on the other hand, not only provided for the needs of the poor sections of the population, but were useful to the state as well. Ran too far off from the end of this section here. It is also incumbent on everyone who holds a high governmental office to make absolutely sure that the private property of all citizens is safeguarded and that the state does not encroach on these rights in any way whatever. For example, the attempt by Lucius Philippus to pass a bill providing for redistribution of land was outrageous. It is true that when the measure was rejected, he took the rebuff calmly enough, and to that extent he deserves credit for moderation. But while previously he had been agitating for popular support, he offered the malicious comment that the entire total of property owners in the whole country did not add up to more than 2,000.
For that remark, he deserved to lose his rights as a Roman citizen because his words implied that he was supporting the equal distribution of all property, which would be the greatest imaginable disaster. Indeed, the principal reason why, in the first place, states and cities were ever organized at all was to defend the private property. It is true that people had come together into communities spontaneously by a natural instinct, but the reason why they sought the shelter of the cities was because they wanted to safeguard their own personal possessions. When constant wars made the Roman treasury run short, our forefathers often used to levy a property tax. Every effort must be made to prevent a repetition of this, and all possible precautions must be taken to ensure that such a step will never be needed. What I'm going to say now will refer to the world in general, not specifically to Rome, because when I am making ominous forecasts, I would rather that they were directed towards other countries and not our own. But if any government should find itself under the necessity of levying a tax on property, the utmost care has to be devoted to making it clear to the entire population that this simply has to be done because no alternative exists short of complete national collapse. Obviously, too, it is incumbent on all those who are in charge of a nation's affairs to make certain that its people possess an abundant supply of necessities of life. How this is normally done and how it ought to be done, I do not need to explain. The duty is an obvious one. It just needed, for the sake of completeness, to be mentioned. The essential thing in all public businesses and service is to avoid incurring even the smallest suspicion of greed. Gaius Pontius the Sevenite once declared, "If only fortune had postponed my birth until an epoch in which the Romans would begin to accept bribes, for then I should have been able to stop their empire from surviving for one single day longer." Yes, and he would have had to wait for many centuries too, for it is only recently that this curse has begun to plague our national affairs. So if Pontius was a formidable man he seems to have been, I am greatly relieved that he lived then rather than now. Less than 110 years have passed since Lucius Piso passed his law to punish illicit gains. Previously, no such enactment had existed. From that time onwards, there has been a multitude of similar measures, each stricter than the last. A whole host of people have been put on trial and condemned because of the fear of what the courts would do next. A horrible Italian war has been fought, and then the law courts were suppressed, and the laws with them, and our subject allies were pillaged and plundered, one and all. The result of this whole series of events is that any strength we may still possess is no longer owed to any merits of our own. We owe it to the weakness of others. Pontius praises the younger Africanus because he was not grasping in public life, and the praise is fully justified. Nevertheless, one could think of even greater personal virtues to attribute to Africans. For the credit of this particular quality, his self-restraint belongs not to himself, but to the age he lived in. When Lucius Paulus, for example, gained possession of the entire great wealth of Macedonia, he brought so much money into our treasury that his spoils, the spoils of one single general alone, made it possible to do away with the property tax for evermore. Into his own home, on the other hand, Paulus brought no new possessions at all, except everlasting renown. His son, the younger Africanus, copied his example when he overthrew Carthage. There was no personal profit for himself. As for his fellow censor, Lucius Marmius, he too, after totally destroying the richest city upon earth, emerged not a penny the richer. He was ambitious to adorn not his own horse, but Italy. And by this very attitude, so it seems to me, he did in fact adorn his own house in the most glorious way conceivable. As I was saying before, the nastiest vice in the whole world is greed. And when this occurs in prominent citizens and leaders of the government, it is nastiest of all. To use affairs of state for one's personal gain is not only immoral, it is a sin and a crime. Apollo declared through his Pythian oracle that the only thing that could bring down Sparta's power was greed, and his prophecy applies to all other successful nations as well. The best way for their rulers to win goodwill is by exercising self restraint and self denial. When politicians enthusiastic to pose as the people's friends bring forward bills providing for the distribution of land, they intend that the existing owner shall be driven from their homes, or they propose to excuse borrowers from paying back their debts. Men with those views undermine the very foundations on which our commonwealth depends. In the first place, they are shattering the harmony between one element in the state and another, a relationship which cannot possibly survive. If debtors are excused from paying their creditor back the sums of money he is entitled to, furthermore, all politicians who harbor such intentions are aiming a fatal blow at the whole principle of justice. For once rights of property are infringed, this principle is totally undermined. It is, I repeat, the special function of every state and every city to guarantee that each of its citizens shall be allowed the free and unassailed enjoyment of their own property. Besides, politicians who propose a measure of this kind with all its disastrous national implications do not even succeed in winning the popularity they had hoped for anyone who has been deprived of his property automatically becomes their enemy, and the person who has taken the land over pretends he never wanted any such thing, or if his debt has been canceled, he takes elaborate steps to conceal his satisfaction so that people will not realize he had been insolvent. The injured party, on the other hand, not only remembers the injury, but displays his resentment for all to see. For even if the beneficiaries of the inquisitive measures outnumber the victims, that does not mean that they will be more influential, for in such matters numbers count less than determination. However, leaving all that aside, it is utterly unfair that estates which have been in a family possession for many years, and indeed countries, should be handed over to someone who has never owned any property at all, and that the rightful owner should be deprived of them. This was precisely the sort of injustice which caused the Spartans to send their Ephorlasander into exile, and made them put King Archis to death, an action without precedent in their whole history. And those were the men whose policies plunged their city into the dissensions that have racked its whole existence ever since. Tyrants sprang up, nobles were driven into exile, and the entire community, which had been admirably governed hitherto, collapsed into ruins. Nor was Sparta the only nation to fall, for the evils which had originated there spread far and wide, and the effects of their contamination involved the whole of Greece in disaster. And let us not forget our own Gracchi, the sons of the eminent Tiberius Gracchus, the grandsons of the elder Avicarnus. Strife over the redistribution of land was caused their downfall too. Aratus of Sicyon, on the other hand, wins much praise, and rightly so. After Sion had been dominated by tyrants for 50 years, he moved back there from Argos, entered the city secretly, and seized control, striking down the tyrant Nicholas unawares. He recalled 600 exiles who had formerly been the richest men in the state. The coming of Aratus liberated Sion, but the question of property ownership involved him in grave difficulties. For on the one hand, he regarded it as entirely unfair, and that the men he himself had brought back from banishment, men whose lands had previously been occupied by other people, should be left in want. On the other hand, it seemed by no means just to disturb tenures that were already 50 years old. Besides, during the course of that long period, many estates had been transferred by quite innocently into other hands, though through inheritance or purchase or dowry. Aratus therefore decided that whereas it would be wrong for the present occupants to be deprived of their estates, the former owners must receive something in exchange. However, to deal with this situation, money was obviously required, so Aratus announced that he was going to make a journey to Alexandria and gave his orders that the whole matter should be left in suspense until he had returned. Then he sailed off forthwith to his friend Ptolemy, who was the second king of Egypt after the foundation of Alexandria. Aratus explained to the monarch that he wanted to restore a free constitutional government to Sion, and described how he was proposing to act. Ptolemy, whose resources were enormous, readily agreed to give him the substantial subsidy he wanted. With this in his hands, Aratus returned home and set up a commission consisting of 15 leading men of the city. With their assistance, he examined the cases of both types of person: those who were occupying property that rightly belonged to someone else, and those who had been deprived of their possessions. Aratus ordered that valuations should be made of all the estates concerned, and finally managed to persuade some of the occupants to leave their lands and accept compensation instead. At the same time, he convinced a number of his own followers that it was their own interest to accept a good cash sum rather than receive their original holdings back, and so everyone concerned was satisfied and harmony had been successfully reestablished. Aratus was a great statesman. He deserved to have been a Roman. That is the way to deal with one's fellow citizens, the very antithesis to what we have now seen here on two occasions, when the auctioneer's spear was planted in the forum, and the possessions of Roman citizens were disposed of at the mercy of his cry. Aratus the Greek, on the other hand, like the wise and admirable man he was, considered it his duty to work for the interests of every class in his community, and indeed that is the real sign of a right-minded citizen's statesmanship and wisdom, not to allow the special interests of different groups to be a variance with one another, but to unite the entire community without partisanship. Partisanship. Others might argue differently. Let people take over other people's estates, they would say, and live on them without paying a thing. But why should they? When I have bought a property for myself, built on it, kept it up, spent money on it, why on earth should you then be allowed to occupy the place in total disregard of my wishes? If you do, all that has happened is that one man has been robbed of what belongs to him, and that it has been given instead to someone else who has not the slightest right to do. And the same applies to the repudiation of debts. It means one thing and one thing only. It means you are buying your farm with my money. You have got the farm and I have not got the money. The real answer to the problem is that we must make absolutely certain that private debts do not ever reach proportions which will constitute a national peril. There are various ways of ensuring this, but just to take the money away from the rich creditors and give the debtors something that does not belong to them is no solution at all. For the firmest possible guarantee of a country's security is sound credit, and once you cease to regard the repayment of debts as mandatory, soundness of credit is no more. The most vigorous of all agitations to cancel debts took place while I was consul. Men of every soul, men of every sort and condition were involved, and they took up arms and enrolled themselves in whole armies. I stood up to them, and the result was that this pestilential business was wholly rooted out of our national life. Never have debts been more extensive than they were at that time, and yet they were paid off more fully, more easily than ever before or since, because once all hopes of evading the obligation had been dispelled, repayment was recognized to be inevitable. But the individual who was thwarted on that occasion won in the end, since they subsequently managed to put their old plan into effect, though by that time it had ceased to be a matter of personal profit for themselves. For they are a man who had such a positive lust for criminal behavior that they went on reveling in it, just for its own sake, even after the personal motive had vanished. So the men in charge of our national interests will do well to steer clear of the kind of liberality which involves robbing one man to give to another. Instead, they must make it their foremost concern to ensure that the just operation of the law and the law courts shall guarantee to each and every citizen the safe possession of their own property. They must ensure that poor men are not swindled because they are poor, but they must equally guarantee that rich men are not prevented by envious prejudice from keeping what is theirs or recovering what was once theirs but now lost. And it is the prime duty of our statesmen, by every means within their power, to increase the strength and the territory and the revenue of our country in war and peace alike. Such tasks demand greatness. Our ancestors successfully undertook them again and again. Anyone who tackles these noble tasks can rest assured that they will not only be rendering splendid services to the state, but will win enormous popularity and glory for themselves as well. With regard to these principles of expediency, Antipater of Tyre and Stoic, who recently died at Athens, expressed the opinion that his predecessor Panacatius had left two topics out: the care of health and the care of money. Certainly, both of these things are expedient, but I imagine the reason why the great philosopher omitted them was because he regarded both points as obvious. The way to keep healthy is to know one's own constitution, to understand what is good for it and what is bad, to exercise moderation regarding all of one's physical needs, holding sensual pleasures in check. It is also desirable to rely on the counsel of professional advisors. As for one's financial affairs, it is a duty to make money, but this must only be done by honest means. It is also a duty to save money by care and thrift, and to increase what one has got by similar methods. An extremely apt survey of the questions involved was provided by Socrates' pupil Xenophon in his book State Management, which I translated from Greek into Latin when I was about your age. However, this whole subject of making and investing money, and I am inclined to add spending it as well, is more appropriate for discussion by the worthy gentlemen who congregate round the Middle Janus than by any philosophers, whatever school they may belong to. All the same, we do have to remember that these things exist because they come under the heading of expediency, which is what this volume is about. I noted at the beginning that this subject has been divided into three parts, but there is also a fourth division relating to the problems that arise when one expediency has to be weighed against the other. Pantheos said nothing about this type of issue either, yet assessments of such a kind frequently have to be attempted. To take one example, it is often necessary to measure expediencies or advantages of a physical nature against those of an external or accidental character derived from outward circumstances. Furthermore, if you consider these two categories separately, each of them includes within itself potential advantages which have to be measured against others in one and the same category. Let me consider these 2 points in turn. Here is one instance of the sort of way in which the physical and external advantages need to be weighed one against the other. Would you rather be healthy or rich? And then go on to the second point. If you consider physical advantages alone and attempt a relative estimate of one such physical advantage against another, the sort of question that arises is this: would you rather be strong or agile? Or, passing to advantages of an external nature, this is the sort of thing you will have to consider. Is glory more desirable than wealth? Would you regard it as preferable to have an income from city property or from a farm? Incidentally, that was the sort of comparison which old Cato the censor was dealing with when they asked him to indicate what he believed to be the most important activity on a country estate. Raising cattle profitably, he said. Asked what came next, he answered, raising cattle fairly profitably. His third priority was raising cattle unsuccessfully. Only then came raising crops. Next, his questioner asked him what he thought of money lending, but then he replied, you might as well ask me what I think about murder. This is just one of the innumerable illustrations of the point that expediences often have to be weighed against one another, so that when we are dealing with the question of obligations, it is necessary to add this fourth subdivision. And now let us pass on to other questions. If you put your mind in the clouds, nothing else really becomes a distraction. A plane flying up in the sky is not concerned about cars on the ground. They have the runway and all that good stuff to land on. To continually train the mind, to continually grow, and to have a fun time to do so. Everybody else and everything else just seems to take a back seat. And I really like the way he put it, like strength and wealth and all those kind of other things. Some pretty nice stuff there. Different aspects of life. I've seen how you put all your, you can work to have these advantages in life, and you can work to have these advantages in life, but there's some type of balance that's going on to where if you got this big advantage, then this portion over here is going to be real low. So there's a trade-off of what we seek after, what we accomplish, what we do, then from just being able to be the best at something. Your heart. Your heart is your source of creation. It is your connection with everything that you truly seek. The more that I understand about life, it's just directing me where to go each day. Some days are a little bit calmer than others. Other days have a whole lot of excitement. It tends to make me appreciate the calmer days when there's not so much excitement, because I'm not being pulled, I'm not being put into a state of chaos. Throughout all the magic, throughout all the spells, throughout all the ways of understanding, your state of peace, it just being content and being at peace, that state of being is the most powerful magic there is. It's like somebody coming and their main intention and their main goal is to rile you up emotionally and to get you all flustered. But you don't respond once. They get frustrated because what they wanted to achieve, they failed. So they try harder. And then it looks, uglier and meaner. They get no pushback. They wind up leaving us alone and then wind up going to somebody who has that same kind of energy.
Somebody's going to toss that ball of energy around with them. If you choose not to participate, they lose all their gusto. They lose all their interest. Create the world in a state of peace and design a future that's beautiful. Your creation is important, your state of being is important, and it affects more than you know. May your faith increase, and may you open your eyes to more than is, and may every interaction you have, if it's just on the phone, or if you're able to get out and talk to people, or go to a library, or anything of the sort. May that journey continue of growth in which the Divine Father and the Divine Mother are speaking through people to you. Whether it be a video you see for 2 seconds, or whether it be somebody you talk to, maybe somebody you help, somebody in need. Everybody can sell a bunch of stuff, but I ain't ever heard of anybody selling happiness. And if there's one thing I could promote, will be a little bit of happiness in this world, that's for sure. And that's where a little good deed for somebody not doing too good goes a long way. That happiness transcends, and it helps everybody, just like we were talking about, just like Cicero had wrote about. Cicero. It's funny. It's entitled The Good Life. The good life is not what others think. It's not what they have thought it was. Because they spent their entire life chasing what they thought was the good life, and then all they got was a handful, a basket of stuff they don't like. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when you finally get that lane of thought, when you're thinking, and you can follow that thought regardless of, what happens and comes in the room, or what kind of distraction may occur. That is a highway laying in the sky. And years past, I took it a different way, but I've learned how to stay in my lane. And I say that is in my thoughts. My thoughts stay focused, and they continue moving forward. Whatever one's personal perspective or journey, whatever their growth or development in is, to follow that, and not to get tripped up by anybody or anything along your way. Thank you, Suwushi. We are live every day at -4 GMT, which would be 5 a.m. And if you want to contact us or reach out to us at any point, or me, myself, I say us, to myself, you can email me at setra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA. Oh, cool. Oh, sweet. All right, nice. I'm up in Michigan. Nice place. Nice weather. Keep your mind in the sky. Stay focused on what you love and enjoy. And until next time, enjoy you being with us down in Hawaii. Till we see you next time.